What's up,
Hey,
everybody? What is up? Welcome to Skybound Holiday Expo. It's the last Skybound Expo of the year.
I
I'm
know
Karen
it's crazy,
Mahorn,
right?
aka the yes, I am Karen Mahorn, aka the Blur Girl, and I'm here with my amazing co-host Eris Quinones. What is up, Eris?
Thank you. Not much. I'm
How
feeling
are
festive,
you?
as you could see. I got my Santa
Yes,
hat on.
I got
Christmas is like
my
in 2
sequins.
weeks ish. Yeah. I'm ready. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for the holiday season. We're deep in it now.
Are you? You got the tree up. You got all the
I got
everything's all
I got the tree up. I got 2 little ones, so, we're doing all the Christmas lights, getting all their presents. I feel like I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger from Jingle All the Way because there was, like, 2 hard toys I had to hunt down this year from my 4-year-old. I got them, and they're safely nestled under the Christmas tree.
You're such a good dad. You're so amazing. What are you excited to see today here at Skybound Holiday Expo? There's so many things that we're gonna be talking about. What are you excited to see?
Oh, man, I think the thing I'm most excited for today is probably Demon in the White House, that segment, because the book is great, fantastic, but it's an awesome concept, right? Like, the White House being haunted, it's like if any house in the world was haunted, isn't it gonna be the White House, right? Like, so I'm
Exactly.
excited to see what we get out I was really excited to see what we get out of that one, and then, another one, probably the Attack Peter. I know you're there with me. You make some
Yes.
amazing, kaiju
Yes.
monster statues, all his stuff is pretty great. So I guess I'm gonna throw that back to you. What are you most excited for?
Well, I'm obviously gonna say Attack Peter. I mean, I always yell about him every one of these I get to do because
Right.
I'm truly a fan of his work because I think a lot of people look at his prints and talk about how intricate the prints are, but I
Mhm.
he carves into wood those, every single character he does. He's not drawing it, he's
Yeah,
carving it. And that's like, it's like sculpture, woodworking, all of it rolled into one, his whole process. And I absolutely love it. I'm also hoping that I can get my hands on like some stuff in the store because every
dude,
single Skybound Expo, the store sells out so fast and I have to like
I
run back to management and be like, please, please.
I hear you, man. I'm hoping to get some, I'm a big comic guy. That's kinda like what people know me for on the internet. So, like, Invincible, I'm about the Invincible life. Maybe some, Invincible and Omni-Man action figures. I would like that. I would display it. I would play with them.
See, I
So,
thought I was
maybe, if I could
safe.
snag myself one of those.
I thought I was safe because Hector couldn't make it, but I could see I'm not because he usually gets a hold of all of the Invincible stuff. I see I'm gonna have to fight my way in there too. And the store that we are talking about is store.skybound.com. You really need to
Yeah.
be in there. You also need to be on our insiders list at skybound.com so you can get basically alerted to all the launches, exclusive content, merch drops, deals. I'm telling you that now because you're also going to get alerted to a lot of stuff that's happening today. So I let
Mhm.
we've there's so many things that are in this store. So let's see, there's a 20 under $20 holiday sale that we have.
Mhm.
And look at all oh my goodness.
Ooh, look at good
That
old Rick.
exactly. Good old Rick, and I see that we have the, a little sticker there from that redneck variant cover. Not gonna say it out loud for the
Mhm.
kids in the room, but I could see
Yeah.
that, and oh, also, don't forget,
The
every single one of these slides that we put up, please scan that QR code, and you'll be able to go
Mhm.
straight to the actual item. Don't forget to do that. But there's
Yeah, you
a
just put
lot.
your camera up to that. Yeah, you just put your camera up to that, take that little picture. It's funny, I feel like, I'm like a 70-year-old man because I found that out like a year ago. It's like, "No, you don't need an app anymore, man. You just put your camera up to it. It's built into the iPhone now, and you just do it." So for anyone who was like me a year ago, your camera, just put it up, it recognizes it, takes you to the link.
Yeah, you just at inside your camera app, you click on it.
Yeah.
Go tell your mom and dad, pick up your camera, put it on the click on it, and you'll go straight to the store, and be sure to use your parents' credit card. Um, but there's
Oh, the holidays.
I know, the holidays, and there's more. There's more. We have, top 10 of 2021, and it's so funny, I feel like everybody and their mother has a countdown for something.
Ooh,
But yes,
true.
are you seeing these top 10 items? That
Okay.
Invincible hoodie.
Dude, the bookends. Well, the Invincible hoodie and the Walking Dead bookends. Oh man, oh man,
Yeah, I
I
just
need
saw
it.
and the Walking Dead bookends. Is that Clementine? That's exactly who I
I
think that
thi
is.
Yeah,
That's kind of
yeah,
amazing. And then of course, Attack Peter, we were just talking about him.
yep.
This is his Daruma carving. And when I tell you this
It's
thing
so
is
cool.
gorgeous, if you're not already following Attack Peter on Instagram and Twitters and stuff, you should. But he's got some beautiful pictures of this on his Instagram. And I can't believe there's any of this figure left because I was sure that this thing sold out. That's how stunning it is. And there's a whole story behind it too. So again, do not forget to scan this and get in there and get that item. Um and
Yeah.
there's so many things like you said, we've got Grim Forest, which you just saw, Something to Fear. We
Mhm.
also saw that in our $20 bundle, Sorcerer City, Trial by Trolley, and there's gonna be a bunch of tabletop stuff coming up because our next panel is gonna be tabletop. But
Mhm.
wait, first I've got to let everybody
No.
know that you're gonna save 30% off of key products on the store just for Holiday Expo. So plus
Mhm.
the 20 under $20 sale, and there's crazy one-off deals throughout the expo. So remember when I was just saying that you've got to go to store.skybound.com? You've got to get in there, you've got to get your hands on the stuff so that you will not lose out, because the chat on both YouTube and Twitter every single time is full of people going, I went in there and it's gone. I went in there and it's gone. We're starting the show early. Get in there, buy your stuff before you lose out. And don't forget, if you become a Skybound Insider, you get merch discounts and instant access even when the convention is not on. So you've got to remember to join and be a part of it. Um,
For sure.
so
C
are you
because
excited
if you
about?
be
Go ahead, Eris.
I'm so I know I'm so excited, and I'm really excited about the merch because, as you can see, I collect a lot of toys and stuff like that. So even seeing like the Walking Dead omnibus there and all that stuff, man. If you haven't read The Walking Dead, first of all, have you been living under a rock? Second, read Walking Dead, and omnibus is a great way to do it. They collect several issues, and you can fly through it. Looks nice on the shelf. But yeah, no, I'm excited for today. We got the like you said, some tabletop panels coming up here with Going Analog versus Skybound
Yeah.
Tabletop, which I'm really
Have you
excited
ever
for.
have you ever played a tabletop game?
I haven't to that's why I'm kind of really excited for it because I'm gonna learn a lot from this. So I've always wanted to, right? It's not like I'm like, no, not tabletops. I want to. It's just I'm so like, what I do with like variant and stuff. I'm just comics, comics, comics. But I need to get in some to the tabletop realm because there's a lot of crossover there, and I have a lot of friends that play it. I know you play, so today is probably gonna throw me in there. I'm gonna just throw
No, but
myself in the deep end.
I'm a tabletop baby. I'm pretty new to it too. And in fact,
Oh, you're new. Okay.
Pitchstorm, yeah, Pitchstorm was a Skybound tabletop game that I played with Hector during the Halloween Expo, and it was hilarious because Pitchstorm is all about like pitching a movie or pitching a TV show to the other person, and then they
Cool.
throw like really crazy wrenches in at you, like prompts, something crazy
Okay.
like kill the protagonist or fight a fridge or something insane, to throw you off your game. And it's really a lot of fun because it really is creative and it really requires you to use your imagination a lot. And I'm super excited to see that we have even more tabletop content coming up. So yes, Going Analog versus Skybound Tabletop is going to be our next panel, and it's got James Hudson, Dan and Christina from
Yes.
Going Analog, the gameplay, Tim
Mhm.
Eisner, Lena Cassette, and David Forrest. And I'm
Solid
excited to
lineup.
just watch them play, get some tips, and also there's so many people that are very, very good at improving storylines
Mhm.
that I can't wait to see
To
some of the
see,
stuff
yeah.
that they come up with. So
No.
everybody, be sure to go to the store. Be sure to because while you're watching the convention, you can buy stuff. So don't forget to do that. And definitely stick around to watch this amazing Skybound tabletop panel. And me and Aris are going to discuss tabletop strategies while this is
Oh, we
going
shall.
on.
And hopefully I'm I'm more of a not a vet, but I'm a little more seasoned. My understanding will be a little more after this.
You'll be amazing. So check it out next, folks.
Hey y'all, James Hudson here from Skybound Tabletop, and I am joined by the panel of awesome humans here. Tim Eisner. What's up, Tim?
Hello, hello. Happy to be here.
David and Lena, aka Mr. Cuddington.
Hi. Hey, thanks for having us.
And my awesome friends, Shu and Christina from Going Analog Podcast and Trivia Game Show.
Hello. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for being here. Today, we've got some really awesome trivia, interview, and some deals and reveals for you. So let's not waste any time. Let's just jump right into it. Shu and Christina, y'all want to take it away?
Yes. So welcome to this special edition of the Board Game Quiz Show. I mean, the Skybound Expo. So I'm very, very excited to test all of these brilliant brains here with some completely useless trivia. So I hope you're ready also. We have a lot of board games.
Good at trivia, though. That's the problem.
I wrote one special question for you, James. You're fine.
Special mean that I'm going to get a softball?
You'll see. You'll see.
It's great.
It's a fun one. It's a fun one. We're going to have a fun variety of trivia because, you know, we want to talk about specifically some exciting announcements coming up. But I wanted to test, you know, a wide variety, a grab bag of stuff. And with me today is Shu.
Hi, everyone. So as Christina mentioned, we're going to have some trivia questions for this group, not necessarily board game related because there's too much board game knowledge, I think, in this group here. It's too easy. So, but after every trivia question, Skybound's going to unlock new exclusive deals for everybody and discounts, which James will announce to the audience. So we're all about saving people money, but our first job here is to be tough trivia masters. So we're going to start there. And then so after every trivia question, the group will discuss what they think the answer is, but James will be the official spokesperson. And then we'll see what the deal is. And then we're going to have some questions for you about what's next in the Tidal Blades universe.
So going along with that theme, your first question is, this Tidal Blades universe exists in a super colorful, tropical, coral reef themed world. What actually is a coral reef, though? Is it A, colorful undersea rocks, B, skeletons of living coral animals, C, natural concrete overgrown by algae, or D, large bacterial colonies covering the seafloor? What do you think?
Now, okay, I don't know. So, well, I'll put that out there. I don't know. B, I was going to say, though, Tim just made a game that I just got that's all about animals and plant life. So if anybody in the group may know, it's called Canopy. You should check it out. Tim, do you have a gut on this? How are you feeling?
I think I like the skeletons of dead animals. I think that rings a bell for me and sounds like they grow
dead animals
and then
or
like
living
they die.
animals?
Well, then there's like little living animals that live within that colony on top of it.
But wait a minute. Okay, so TV time out. Now, I might be remembering my 7th grade biology/science class, but I thought reefs were living, like, because I thought that was something that was said over and over. A living coral reef, they were alive.
Yeah. So your choices: A, colorful undersea rock; B, skeleton of living coral animals; C, natural concrete overgrown by algae; or D, large bacterial colonies covering the seafloor.
So the thing is, like,
I think it's B.
yeah, I would say B because I mean, yeah, corals are important and they're living, but also because there's so many like animals and fishes and like there's this huge like diversity inside the corals. But it does ring a bell that the corals themselves are kind of like the remnants of something that was living.
Okay.
I
James,
think
Final
now that I said,
answer?
I'm not sure, but
I would
sounded
All right,
right.
yeah, B. We're good with B. Everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do. Can we phone a friend?
Hooray!
B.
You are
let's go B.
totally right.
You got
Yes, they are the calcium carbonate skeletons of living polyp coral animals. So there you go. And very synergistic with other things around there.
nerd.
I'm a big nerd, so very great job. Also played Canopy 3 times already, Tim. Love it.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. Thank you.
All right, James, you have a first deal to announce to
Ooh.
everyone.
I do. Now, if you were here at the last expo, you might have saw me play this with Ruel. It's The Walking Dead: Something to Fear. Now, this game is normally $20, but just today during the expo, you can literally get this game for $5. Booyah! That's like, I don't know what percentage off that is, but it's a lot of percentage. So you should go get it and then probably throw some other stuff in your cart. But also, we're going to have some other deals. So hold on. Just fill your cart up with board game stuff. It'll probably be a pretty good deal by the end of this segment.
All right, so we'll see if Skybound could survive this financially by the end of this show. Okay, so we're here today actually to talk about Tidal Blades 2. That is going to, that's the big announcement, and that's a special game that we're going to be talking about today. So that's exciting. But James, for anyone who's been living underneath a reef for the last few years, can you tell them what the first Tidal Blades is about?
Yeah, in the first Tidal Blades, the heroes are coming together to train to become Tidal Blades because, not to give you the whole backstory, but the current Tidal Blades are actually missing / they were busy. They're busy right now. And we're seeing a lot of monsters coming out of the fold. That is an area that, off the shores of Naviri. And we need some more Tidal Bladers. So in Tidal Blades 1, this was the training process to become a Tidal Blade.
All right. And then so, Tim, you're the designer on Tidal Blades 1. We're big fans. We're dying to know what's new for Tidal Blades 2.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot new, actually. It's a whole different type of game. In Tidal Blades 2, you're going to be, it's a cooperative narrative adventure game where you're going to be journeying throughout the fold in Naviri. And each player and hero will progress from level to level. Each session, they'll get new abilities, new cards. They'll be able to customize their hero deck and gain different skills. So it's sort of in the dungeon crawl genre. And one of the main features we're excited about is the Nexus grid, which is the action system. Each turn, you'll be playing a card into your grid, and then you'll activate either a row or column in that grid, and all the cards that you've played will activate. So you're going to be able to build up lots of cool combos. It's a lot of strategic gameplay and a really fun puzzle for your actions.
Ooh, you just said all the things that I like. I'm very excited for this.
Awesome.
All right. So it sounds like Tidal Blades is going in a different direction. But let's go with the second trivia question for the group.
So, we're hoping this is going to be an amazing sequel. Sounds amazing already. So let's talk about other amazing sequels. Which of these movies is currently the highest grossing sequel using worldwide box office numbers? Is it A, Jurassic World, B, Star Wars Episode 7, The Force Awakens, C, Avengers Infinity War, or D, Avengers Endgame?
I didn't even need you to give options on this. Like, thank you.
You're
for
about
that
a
thought.
trivia, but okay.
Well, it also because it's pretty recent, right? Like, hey guys, I'm gonna confer, but I'd almost bet my life it's Endgame.
You don't need to bet your life
objection
on
for
this.
that?
Bet your life. No, don't bet your life.
Yeah,
But
it's not that serious.
that sounds familiar to
Just
me.
trivia.
That sounds familiar to me. I remember hearing some headlines about that, and they had like an extra, like, we're going to bring it back to the theaters to gross a little bit more or something. So,
I trust James on this.
Yeah.
Well, and also, like, there's never been a movie that I don't think for anyone it's generated the type of excitement in the theater. Like, I stood up and screamed and yelled, like that one scene with Captain America. It's just amazing. So I'm pretty sure the Endgame.
I'm just. Can I say something? I just want to say, like, can it be a trick question where is it like a sequel means the second thing that comes out, but this is not like the second iteration in the
Would-
series, and
Would I trick you? I don't know. Would I trick you?
Yes, you would.
Okay, but yeah, let's go with D and we'll see.
Despite your overthinking, you were right. It was the Avengers
Yeah.
Endgame.
Good job. Avengers Endgame is the answer. James, what is deal number 2 for everybody?
Deal number 2. Now, going back in the time vault, Grim Forest was one of our first games that we did together. It's actually the first game I did with Skybound, with Druid City Games. And so we actually have this really cool thing that we're doing through our web store. It's called 20 under 20. So it's 20 items under $20 or less. And we're going to, for today, Grim Forest, which is normally a $50 game with amazing components. While we have those left, $20. So hop on over there, add that to your cart with something to fear. So now you're up to $25. You didn't even spend much money. You got 2 great games already.
That's awesome. All right.
Yeah.
But I now have a question for Lena and David. A lot of what defines Tidal Blades is this really beautiful, almost dreamy art. It's tropical with fantasy woven in. And we were just wondering what inspired this style and this world building for you.
Yeah, sure. I mean, what inspired us? So many things. From one thing, maybe Japanese movies, especially animated movies like Ghibli movies, are so colorful. But a lot of video games too, such as Zelda, or even like Ori and the Blind Forest. I don't know if you've played it, but it's just so colorful and immersive, and that's really like the kind of feeling.
It's kind of, you want to live there,
Yeah.
don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Despite the monsters, I'm super down to live there.
yeah, exactly.
And so, what can we expect for the art for Tidal Blades 2? Any differences, things to watch out for?
I mean, things we can expect for Tidal Blades 2 is a lot of maps, a lot of beautiful hand-drawn maps that will show you all the location we have in Naviri. I think it will be like very cool to see it all come together. And also we'll have a lot of narrative art piece, meaning that we'll go through some scenarios one after the other, but at the start of each of those scenarios you'll have a cool art piece that just show you what your characters are doing. And I think it will be like very awesome to just look at all those. But I mean, it's definitely the kind of game that begs for a lot of art, and there will be a plenty.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm, obviously everybody knows Echo's my favorite, so thank you for making her. Loved her. But we do have, another board game themed trivia question. Are you guys ready? You guys ready?
Yeah.
So, as everybody knows here, of course, Skybound co-published Jenga Walking Dead Edition back in 2016. The name Jenga is actually based on a Swahili word for which of the following? Is it based on the word for A, wood, B, block, C, to build, or D, to collapse?
See, David, here's your trick question, right? I don't have a clue on this one, so.
Oh,
Gotta challenge you a little
Yeah.
bit,
I mean,
Those are all really good possibilities. I think it's
Collapse?
my idea is collapse. Yeah, just because that's what you'd say when it falls. You're like Jenga,
Jenga.
and so it means collapse.
Uh-huh.
But it really could be anything. I mean, it could be build, it could be block, but
Yeah, I do think collapse
Collapse.
defines the game a bit more, because there's a lot of like building games, so this feels more on point.
let's try it.
I got no clue, so I'm just gonna go with y'all. Y'all are smarter than me. Collapse.
All right. So unfortunately, you fell for my fantastic trap answer. It is, in fact, to build. So when
To
you yell
build.
Jenga, you're saying build, weirdly.
awesome.
That was a
That's
very
great.
good try. I think there's some consolation prizes. Is that right, James?
Yeah, there is. So deal number three is Sorcerer City. Now, again, this game is normally a $50 game, but today only $30. So pretty excited. This game's amazing. You're like, it's like Carcassonne meets Dominion with a little galaxy trucker. It's a great fun game. You're throwing down tiles, building cities, and it's a little frantic, but not totally frantic. It's good times. Sorcerer City, $30.
Awesome twist too. So lots of fun gameplay between different people. You think you're just building your own city, but actually you have to watch out for other people. So
That was one of my games of the year
That's right, for going out
whatever
loud.
year that was.
It was just last year. It felt
Was
like
it?
a long
Was
time
it?
ago.
I know.
Yeah.
No concept of time nowadays.
Okay, now we have another question for Tim. So, how will Tidal Blades 2 connect back to Tidal Blades 1 in terms of like gameplay or story wise? Anything you could tell us there?
Yeah, definitely. I think, we have a lot of the same thematic elements from the first Tidal Blades. You have your shell shield and the different traits of spirit, focus, resilience, and synergy, and they're all present. They function a little bit differently, just because the game is a different structure, but they have a very similar feel and thematic connection. So it'll provide a nice cohesive world. And then the other thing is the heroes that we really have, like we've really worked. David and Lena created some awesome heroes. Each is very distinct. And so in the first game, they had different sort of personalities or things they specialized in. And the second game, they sort of continues. And I think the mechanics really show off how the characters have their different personalities. Some are big hitters, some are a little bit more maneuvering and fast. And, so I think that'll really bring it together. And then story-wise, it comes in right after the end of the first one. It's just like
Okay.
picks up right off after that left. The monster threat is ramping up, and the new Tidal Blades have to get right to work.
All right. That was one of my favorite things too when we were playing Tidal Blades. After we were done playing one game, it's like, well, I want to play Sagashi now. So let's just play it again. And what are I know we have this very interesting Nexus system, but what else do you think would separate your game from other adventure style board games like Gloomhaven or Descent?
I think the narrative is what is really going to help bring it home. Like, I think the characters we've built, even in the first Tidal Blades, it's a worker placement dice rolling game, and even there, I think the characters came across pretty strongly. And so I think in the narrative game, in this structure of a narrative game, we're really just going to be able to bring through the story of each character. They're going to have different arcs and possibilities that they can grow and change on. And together, you'll all tell this collaborative story together.
Now, Tim, why the different direction in the mechanics? Because, do you think it might kind of freak some fans of the first game out by, okay, this isn't a worker placement game, it's an adventure game. We're going in a new direction in the same universe.
Totally. That was actually one of the original sort of concepts for Tidal Blades when it was first brought to us by James. And the Cuddingtons was that the first game and the second game would be very distinct, but be in the same world and have that, narrative overlap. And so I think, like I've said, we've worked to incorporate a lot of the things from the first game mechanically into the second game. And I think they'll, mostly I think fans of the first game will be excited to explore Naviri in the world of Tidal Blades in a new way.
All right.
I'll just mention too, like we
Mhm.
have lots of games planned for the Tidal Blades universe.
Ooh.
It's just gonna keep expanding because
Mhm.
as Tim mentioned earlier, we I think we all fell in love with these characters. I'd love to see a Netflix or Amazon books. I mean, these are characters that I want to know about their lives and their backgrounds. And so, yeah, we got lots of stuff in the works.
All right.
Any hints for us today?
Nope.
All right.
Very tight-lipped. It's okay. He's doing his job. But also, since you are the Skybound Santa right now, I have a holiday-themed question for everybody here.
Okay.
Ready? Yeah. It's December, so you can't have it, not a holiday question. What special December holiday was popularized by a 1997 episode of Seinfeld? And it's celebrated with a decorative aluminum pull, the annual airing of grievances, feats of strength, and finally, a delicious meatloaf meal. Is this A, Festivus, B, Festival of Meat, C, Festcember, or D, Holofestidae?
I've got some problems with all you people. Yeah, I love Seinfeld, so this one's an easy one. I'm just gonna see if anybody else here wants to. Do y'all know? Are you familiar with Seinfeld at all?
I know I've never seen a Seinfeld episode, but I do know about Festivus for the rest of us. Correct? Is that correct?
That is correct. So excellent. We can all celebrate Festivus later after the show. So fantastic. Great job.
Awesome.
What are you, 10 years old, Tim? Like, you've never seen Seinfeld? It's so weirdly pervasive through our pop culture.
I was raised
You
by
know Specimen.
hippies, and we didn't have a television. So,
Yeah.
later on, I was like, well, I should catch up on that. But then there's all the new shows to catch up on. So,
But that allowed him to have all these other genius design ideas, not being poisoned by TV.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah,
That's true. That's true. It's a classic. You don't need to catch up on it today. There are better shows now. So.
yeah.
All
And
right.
well, to go off of that though, so a little Festivus for the rest of y'all, as we like to say in the South. Another addition to the 20 under 20 is Try by Trolley. Now, this is our big hit party game from last year, but this game is good times. It will generate some conversations at your table that you didn't know about your friends. Like when people start defending certain things, you're like, wow, you're really gonna, okay, all right. So, but Try by Trolley for $20, you can go grab that and throw it into your cart. I don't know the total anymore because I'm from Alabama and counting is not my thing, but it's still pretty low. And you've got 4 games in your cart right now, so you're about to rack up. You're about to rack it up.
You're losing money not spending right now. So, yeah.
All right. Well, for the Mr. Cuddington team, how do you see the Tidal Blades connecting through your eyes, especially through the artwork?
Yeah, well, art-wise, will feel very familiar to those who played the first game. You'll get to go to places you've seen already, meet NPCs also, but we're really trying to expand the scope in this second game. So, like, in the first game, you had the Fold, which was just this place from which monsters spawn, but now you get to go inside the Fold, get to explore it, and rescue Tidal Blades that are trapped within. And if you've looked at inside the Deluxe Edition boxlet, you have this huge map with lots of like points on the map that you just don't get to see in the first game, but now you'll get to go there. So you have the Fury Isles to the south, which are these volcanic islands, very lush with jungles. You get to go there, climb in cliffs, do all kinds of stuff that's just very exciting. And so they're a continuation from the first game, but just bigger in scope.
And what does it feel? What is it like being asked to continue illustrating in this world? Because most gamers, right, they're not necessarily expecting any kind of continuity from board game to board game. So is it strange revisiting the same characters in the same world? And are there challenges that you're excited about?
Well, to be honest, I just feel so lucky, and I think we both do, to just be working again in the world of Tidal Blade, because it was the original plan to just at least have 2 games in this world, because when we think about it, like at the end of the first game, the journey of all the characters is just beginning, is just the start of it. So having this, I think that the challenge here is going to be to just cram all of that we've invented into this second game. There is just so much lore, so many characters, and so much stuff that we want to show to all the people that's going to be playing the second part. So I think that's a good problem to have. We just have so many things that we want to show everybody.
And I've got to brag on David and Lena. You know, this whole, when we kicked off this idea years ago, right? They said we don't really want an assignment. We want to create the world and bring it to you, and then you make games in that world. And at first I was like, well, that's not normally the way we do this. But, okay, but we'd worked together on Grim Forest, and their work's amazing. I just said the only I hold veto power if you make something that's weird and I don't think it's going to work. And of course, they sent a sketch of like Dust with all of her swords. And I'm like, just make it. It's done. All I see is Chrono Trigger and all kind of goody things there. And I'm in. And not only just the beautiful world, but they're amazing storytellers too. And then working with Tim and Ben Eisner on really building out the story in the first game, it's turned into a masterpiece. So yeah, just like to brag on them. They're awesome.
Which makes us all excited. But I did promise you a special question, James. So, as people watching may suspect, and you also just said it, you are from the state of Alabama, right?
Roll Tide.
Yes. So I was just wondering how well you know the state laws of Alabama. So, which of the following are currently illegal in the state of Alabama? We've got A, impersonating a priest or nun on Halloween. B, wrestling bears. C, flicking boogers into the wind. Or D, wearing a fake mustache in church because it may induce laughter.
Well, as ridiculous as we are with our old law. Like there's actually a whole thing. There's some really old laws that are still in the books
Mm.
for Alabama that are outrageous.
I looked at all of them. So
So it literally is there a
It
all of
took
the
10 minutes
above?
to be an Alabama lawyer. So
I mean, James, you did
Uh,
wrestle a bear in Alabama, so that must be legal, right?
There's not a lot of bears in Alabama, so I'm going to remove that one. Process of elimination.
mm.
You know, I could easily see it being the church thing because you know us those deep South folk we take our church serious. So unless y'all have a better guess here, that would be my guess.
You're the Alabama expert. And in fact, all 4 of them are illegal. So great job.
Oh, I did. I noticed that.
You did
Okay,
say
great.
all the above. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Totally got it.
We don't
Great
have
job.
many bears in Alabama. What the heck? Like,
Just
can't
in
wrestle
case.
bears.
Can't do
Yeah.
it. Can't do it. Yeah.
You
So
can't
weird.
impersonate priests or nuns on Halloween. You can't flick boogers into the wind.
Just in the direction of the wind is okay, though.
I mean,
Yeah.
wow, that's
Yeah.
super rude. I don't know that we need a law for that, but okay, you know.
Yeah. And so for that Alabama treat, what are you giving our watchers here?
All right, this is the big one. This is the last big one. So I want to give you a ton of value in this last one. We have a Pitch Storm bundle, 50% off. Now, when I say bundle, it's the main game and all 6 expansions. So normally that's $110. You can get that today for $55. That's a lot of game. And if you're unfamiliar with Pitch Storm, great party game where you're improving crazy plots mixed with crazy characters to movie executives, and then they can like play some stuff into your improv that really messes you up. When I play this game with a group of people, I have to do this thing where you like pull your face down because your face hurts from laughing. You're just like, oh God, I can't. Don't do another one. It hurts. So if you haven't ever played Pitch Storm, I'd say grab this.
Cool. Thank you. Well, final few questions from us as we're going to wrap up soon. James, one thing we know from hanging out with you and watching you work, you love making games and you want them to look and feel really awesome. You want big production out of your games. So we have to know, Tidal Blades 1 got the deluxe edition. Will we see the same treatment for Tidal Blades 2?
Absolutely. I don't make games unless they're deluxe. That's just the way it's going to go. There's going to be a lot of the things that you're familiar with. Miniatures will be available in the deluxe edition, fancy dice, cool inserts, all the things that you would come to love and expect from us.
Okay. And will the 2 deluxe editions, Tidal Blades 1 and 2, look proper sitting next to each other on the shelves? Because this first one, this box, it's a gorgeous box and it's huge, but it doesn't match anything else that we have on our shelf. So
you need to collect the second one. Yeah.
For good reason. Masterpieces should be centerfold, just like you've got right there. It's perfect. It will look awesome right next to the first edition, but we also heard the cries and the moanings and the wails from the fans of the box's size and shape, and we have come up with a solution. So I'm going to wait to reveal that till a little bit later, but we've taken, I think, a nice compromise into effect.
Okay, excited to hear that. And so I have, just a bonus question just for funsies, because you guys are Skybound, and of course, Skybound, you think zombies. I mean, the walkers or something. So I'm sure we have some Walking Dead fans here, so I just wanted to see how well you know some of this stuff. Although zombie mythology probably originated in 17th century Haiti, this question is not about that. Zombies were first popularized in American cinema when George Romero directed a series of cult zombie movies. What was his first zombie movie? Was it A, Dawn of the Dead, B, Day of the Living Dead, C, Night of the Dead, or D, Twilight of the Living Dead?
Is it A or B, do you think?
Man, I don't know. They all sound the same to me.
So I
would say
think
A or B.
Dawn of the Dead is a movie. I think I'm pretty sure. I mean, they made us. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I haven't
They
seen
might
any
be
TV
all
shows.
movies. I don't know.
I know they made the Shaun of the Dead as like a comedy that was sort of a spoof on Dawn of the Dead.
So
James
Dawn
looks
of
so
the
upset at me.
Night of the Living Dead also seems good to me. So
There's required knowledge and watching history before you can Skybound. work and touch anything Walking Dead, I know the answer to this. It's Day of the Living Dead. But, I'm glad that y'all had some good questions, some good guesses. They're all, Christina always likes to like spawn that stuff to try to trick you. But yeah, that's I remember I actually didn't know this anything about Skybound because of like I was watching some sort of like zombie Halloween thing at one point. So and the origination of zombies.
Okay, so James sounded a little zombie like there, but I did hear the correct answer of B, Day of the Living Dead, which is accurate. So James did his homework before joining Skybound. Congratulations. Yay.
Good job, James. All right. Well, we have one final question for you. I think, James, probably this is the right question for you. When can we expect Tidal Blades 2 to come out, and where should people go to get more information about the game?
Great question. So 2/22/22 for Tidal Blades 2. Rolls right off the tongue. February 22nd, we are going to be launching the next campaign that will have Tidal Blades 2, the board tabletop game that we're talking about, and also the partnership we did with Monty Cook Games in the Cypher system for the Tidal Blades RPG. You'll be able to get both of those in the same Kickstarter campaign on February 22nd.
Exciting. All right. Well, thanks so much for playing along on my useless knowledge trivia quiz. And so I hope everybody had a great expo. Is there anything you want to say to finish us off, James?
Absolutely. So now that you are super psyched and super excited about Tidal Blades 2, you can go to our Tidal Blades 2 landing page and sign up with your email. We will not harass you, but we will let you know when there are relevant updates to that campaign with any, if there's any sneak peeks and or early editions. Sometimes we have some fancy bits for people who come in early. So you'll be able to follow there and get all the latest news. And yeah, we're just super excited to, and if you don't have Tidal Blades 1, you can also add that to your cart today. That's in the web store, and go ahead and dive into the world of Tidal Blades.
All right. Well, thank you all very much for your time today. And that's all from all of us. So thank you and have a good rest of the show.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Whoa, so that was a great panel. That was awesome.
There it was, and there's a lot of trivia that I didn't know about. I am clearly, I mean, I wasn't headed to Alabama anytime soon anyway, but I now know that I cannot flick a booger into the wind or dress up like a nun for Halloween.
the the end game question was, I was like, it's end game, it's end game, that's it, it's end game. I'm like screaming
I
at the
knew you would
laptop.
know.
I
knew
know
you
that one,
would
pick
know.
me. But man, what awesome! So first of all, Tidal Blades, that game sounds
Right?
dope. I really want to play that game. I'm gonna get the first one now. I'm gonna get the second one now. It just sounds like a ton of fun, right? I love how they were kind of explaining that it's a co-op adventure game mixed with like a dungeon crawl type game. Really, really, really fun. And just like the way it looks, I love how they were asking like what went into the design of it and how it just looks like a place you want to live, a place you want to vacation. So I'm like, yeah, totally, I'm in. Plus, it's kind of like you're building your young hero stuff, and that's like my wheelhouse. Again, comic books is like my thing, superhero. So I'm like,
Yep.
yeah, young hero, I'm all for it. Let's do this. But the sales though as well,
That's what
the
I'm saying.
amount.
Like the fact that I'm telling you right now, I was just talking in our last segment about Pitchstorm. It has never been that cheap. This is a bundle that is
No,
incredible. You've got to see this. Yes, you've got to
and
check
it's
out Pitchstorm.
so it's
Absolutely.
110. Yeah, it's amazing. It's $110 regularly. It's $55 right now.
For the whole
And
bundle,
it's
all
it's
of the
it, the whole
expansions.
bundle, all 6, which is
Yep.
crazy. That is a heck of a deal. But that's not even like the only one. They started it off
Nope.
with The Walking
Yes,
Dead,
they
Something to
did.
Fear,
Yeah.
$5, $5 freaking bucks. I was like, are you kidding me? Like that's an impulse buy. You're at like Target, Walmart. like gum nowadays is like $5, you know.
Exactly. And then
So
even trial by trolley was another one that I was like,
Mhm.
oh, okay. I might have to check that one out too. Like all of these games and all of the first of all, before we forget, you've got to go to the store. You have got to,
Yes.
as soon as you can, go to the store to get your hands on all of these games. Store.skybound.com. Go now. Use that little
Sure.
QR code in the corner as your shortcut to get in there. Um,
'Cause
Super Fight also. I was like,
yes.
Super Fight looks like another really, really hilarious game because it's basically you're talking nonsense about all of these
Yeah.
different scenarios. So yeah, I'm like you though. I'm absolutely gonna pick up uh Tidal Blades. This entire bundle is like this is the QR
It's
code you
crazy
need right here. This will take you
for
right to the
sure.
store to get everything, and you want to get in there
Mhm.
now before we run out. Um,
Because
Now,
because the other thing we have to say is the deals only last through the expo, through these expos. So do not wait because these deals are just for the expo. Once it's over, no more. Back to normal price.
absolutely. This is not even something that like the insiders are going to get tomorrow. It's going to be gone.
Mhm.
Um, we
Yeah.
actually were the next segment is also about a game, but it's not tabletop. It is actually a game on Steam. Have you ever played Before Your Eyes?
I have not played it. I have not, but I've seen stuff on it, and I mean, tears, waterworks galore for multiple reasons, it seems.
Right. Exactly. Like it's a game that you actually play by blinking. So like
Which
the
is
whole thing is in
nuts.
blink. It is crazy. Yeah, first of all, facial
I see
recognition.
people
I'm
like
terrified.
holding their eyes open like this, like they're in Saw or something like that. I'm like, it looks painful, but so much fun. But yeah, we have
Exactly.
a panel coming up. We got a panel coming up with Janet Garcia, Graham Parks, and Oliver Linwin. So or Lewin. I'm very, very excited to see this panel and learn more about the game because I've seen stuff about it, but now I get to hear people talk about it in depth.
Yeah, and I don't have to be the one that's crying because also it's a very emotional game as well as you having to like keep your eyes open for stuff. So I don't want to give it away. I'm gonna let the team talk about it, but yeah, I'm gonna watch so that I don't have to be in tears.
Right.
I'm playing some emotional games on my Twitch stream now, and I'm like, yeah, let me let somebody else handle this one. So
Right.
definitely up next, Twitch cries before your eyes. Stay tuned.
Yeah, let's get into it.
Hello and welcome. Today we're here to talk about the indie game Before Your Eyes, which has already won the IndieCade 2021 Jury Prix for Unfold Games Awards, including Best Game and Best Narrative, and it's currently nominated for Games for Impact in the 2021 Game Awards. I'll kick off the introductions for this panel. My name is Jake Garcia, and I'm a game critic and content creator. In addition to my own content, I also host on Kind of Funny and MinMax. Now let's just go down the line, or down the pair rather, and if you guys could just say your names and your role in the project.
Yeah. Hey, I'm
Yeah.
Oliver Lewin. I'm the game director and the composer, or one of two composers on Before Your Eyes.
And I'm Graham Parks, and I'm the writer and one of the creative directors on For Your Eyes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for being here with me today. Before Your Eyes is absolutely one of my favorite games of the year. I just really love how I can just sit in these moments, interact with objects, and also get kind of forced forward in time through that blinking mechanic at some points, but not at others, which I think is a really cool balance. And it's just really a fascinating take on the walking sim. I think that combination of lingering in places and then being pulled out earlier than you might creates this really fascinating pacing and a really memorable experience. So I just want to thank you for your work on this game. And it's one that I've absolutely been evangelizing online. I'm like, everyone needs to go play this because I just think it is so special. So let's start with how this all began. How did this idea come to be? And then what came first, the story or the blinking mechanic?
Yeah, well, first let us say thank you to you because we've definitely been super appreciative of all that, and hearing you talk about the game has been amazing. The game very much definitely the mechanic. The third lead who's not on here right now. Well, we have a lot of leads, but the third was actually the creator of the project was Will Hellworth. We're all old. We all grew up together. We're all old middle school friends, and Ollie and I Will was the one who was at USC for game design, and this actually began as his thesis project. I was at NYU studying playwriting and doing a minor in games, and Ollie's also our main sort of director and project manager, but he's also our composer. So he was studying music, and Will had this kind of I think at the time Will was playing like I don't know how do you know like Blendo game stuff like Gravity's Bone and 30 Flights of Loving.
Yeah, a little bit.
Uh, yeah. So there were these they were coming out at that time. There were these short games that like had a lot of like fast cuts, and he was really excited by that idea. And he kind of had this, you know, brain blast moment of like, well, what if we kind of offload the cut to? He also knew that webcams had eye tracking technology, and that this technology wasn't going anywhere. And he sort of had this idea of, well, what if we used your actual blink as the cut? And so very early, he knew that it was going to require a lot of story. And we had been friends forever, and he knew that I was up for that kind of thing. So he brought me on really early to kind of figure out the story. And soon after that, Ollie came on to do the music. And so, yeah, it really started as this little student project that could have just been a thesis project, but it ended up getting accepted into IndieCade that year. This was 2014. And it won the Developer's Choice Award there. And then it just became one of these things that just grew and grew from there. Then we took it to GDC where it won the Student Award. And then there was this long, rocky, crazy, indie game process of funding it on Kickstarter, and that didn't quite go as planned. But then we kind of, it was about in 2018, we got an investment from a company to really kind of go full time on it. So that's when this the real production of Before Your Eyes kind of began, and that's kind of what got us started. But it really was always this excitement about this mechanic and playing a game in a completely new way. That was always sort of the thing that brought us all together on this project, and was always sort of our true north of the project. And everything from the story to everything else kind of came from really looking at the mechanic first and foremost.
Yeah, on that note, what would each of you say is the most unique game mechanic or game you've played? And if you can't think of a game, what's something really unique in like another medium, be it film or shows that you've experienced that maybe you partially draw some inspiration from?
Oh man, that's tough. I mean, one thing that we brought up a lot in the development process, which is it's a mixed bag thing, but it definitely had a huge effect on us, was the Wii and the Wiimote as this kind of expanding of you know interactive inputs, and taking the controller to a new place. And I think that we thought a lot about, well, like, what made that so fun and special at the time, and how did the designers of that onboard people so that it also felt natural. And that was inspiring from a kind of a technical standpoint and a nuts and bolts standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many, like, I feel like games that we were all playing at a time as we're talking about those like Blendo games. Those are like early things. I mean, I feel like we were all so kind of like in high school obsessed and got so excited around these like far out indie games. I remember playing Passage. Remember that game? Jason Rohrer, where it's like this little man walking and then he gets older as it goes. It's like 15 minutes, but it kind of expresses the entirety of this guy's life. That was, I remember, one of the first like kind of really small little indie games that like we were all talking about and getting so excited about. I don't know. It felt like that was like a time, and it's still such an amazing time in indie games. But I feel like when we were like starting, like from like 2010 to 2014, like everything felt so new. Like we talk about Walking Simulator, but that wasn't even like a word, you know, then. And that's right around and Gone Home. It was so inspiring to all of us. And the first chapter of Kentucky Route Zero. And like, yeah, I think we've definitely like it felt like there was this moment. And being around, I was at NYU and at the Game Center. I can't even remember the name of this game, which I'm so annoyed by. But I remember there was this game that the character was like a little 8-bit game. When the character went underwater, the game just asked you to hold your breath as the player, and it wasn't actually tracking if you were or if you weren't, but it was like encouraging you to play with your actual body. And a lot of that kind of interesting stuff I think was happening. JS Joust comes to mind with the Move controllers. I was at Indiecade. Like a lot of stuff was happening, I feel like, at that moment where it was just like playing with the form and like pushing out on the edges of the form and really kind of like having a really exploratory thing of like, let's see what else we can do. Like there's so much left to do. So yeah, all those games I feel like that we were kind of coming up around all kind of like seeped in, and I definitely think we saw ourselves as part of that continuum.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about like years from now. Plenty of developers might cite this as one of those experiences for them. So I think it's cool how that kind of those iterations of inspiration and getting creative and getting weird would just kind of keep on going down the line. There are ways in the game, when I first heard about it, I'm like, okay, we're blinking and you blink through the game. Sure, right? And that idea of you're going to be kind of moving not necessarily at your own will, but it's going to be partially based on your body. But then when I sat and played it, I was surprised to see that there are how that was utilized, where there are certain areas where you can kind of extend your stay by maybe, looking off at one specific object or hovering over a specific object in a certain scene. So how did you decide what scenes would more so cater towards extending your stay in, and like how they lasted longer? Like how did you figure out the pacing on if someone's blazing through this, they're still going to get through and understand that main story?
Yeah, I mean that was such a constant conversation. One thing that we spent a lot of time kind of focusing on is the content that we really wanted everybody to experience versus the content that, maybe would be best appreciated as something that was like earned or felt as like bonus or felt as unique to one person's playthrough. And so we kind of like devise different ways of ensuring that, one part of the scene would be seen and experienced by everyone, and that's how, there's a certain kind of metronome icon that comes up, and after that point in the scene, if you blink you go to the next scene, and that's like a main kind of dividing line between that. And then there's also some of it was sort of, I think, the different developers on the project responding to what Graham was kind of getting from the actors as well, because there's a certain amount of sort of ad-libbing sometimes, especially with these scenes, that they offer the actors this opportunity to kind of carry on and take the scene off book, off script. And if we sort of were working and realizing, oh, they said something that was just so funny in this scene, it would kind of be a motivation for us to be like, well, what if there was an interaction here and you could grab that and then you could extend your time in this memory so that you could actually hear that really funny thing that they said. I don't know, Graham, if like you have any examples of that improving that they did, but that was definitely like a motivator.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was a big. Once we realized that metronome could come up in the middle of the scene, because early versions it wasn't like that, and it would just every time in the earliest versions, every time you blinked, you jump forward no matter what, which worked in a kind of like festival context of like sit down and have this like slice of something, and it was really this wild sort of. But once we were expanding and wanting to tell a more cinematic story, I think it was Bella Messick, who was our designer, who came on later into the project, who kind of helped to get us on the path to kind of figuring out how can we break up these scenes. And yeah, and Ollie's right. It's like working with, it was always a very VO story led process. So like it was always sort of finding just, and it was also just testing was totally key, just like getting people in there. And it was always trying to find that balance between they're not frustrated that they left the scene too early, but they're a little bit frustrated that, you know, you want the player to feel like, I wanted to hear a little bit more, but not so frustrated that they feel like they just can't follow it, and that they're, so where that line, where that was like, we were always, as Ollie said, we were always kind of pushing that needle back and forth and trying to find that perfect place. And I think we got to somewhere where most people seem happy. So
just adding on to like what Graham was saying as well, like another kind of big step for us in our development that Bella really pushed for as well was, at first we were kind of dogmatic of blinking does one thing in this game and it's moving time forward and it's every time you blink. But then, you know, as the years went by, we sort of started engaging with this idea of what else could blinking do? Like, are there things that aren't explicitly time moving forward, but they kind of feel like time moving forward, or they have the same kind of impact, and they could share that mechanic with time moving forward in a way that wouldn't sort of feel contradictory to that core mechanic. And so that led us to sort of adding more interactions within memories.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Like, I was really surprised to see after hearing sort of that initial pitch, and I'm like, all right, I'm in on this. And then seeing the way that it was so much more involved than I think it seems like it would be at its surface, I think is really smart. You mentioned a little bit about the QA process. What unique challenges were there with like this versus other games because of the blinking mechanic? And like one thing I was wondering was how did you make sure that the blinking wasn't like too taxing? Where it's like, you know, people just staring with their eyes wide open or not, or getting kind of like skeeved out from that. I guess, how was that process for all of you?
Yeah, the QA process was really a big like learning experience for us because it's our first kind of real game. And so QA is such a kind of complicated and nuanced thing to get right, but especially when you're doing it with this sort of new interactive input, that there aren't really any blueprints for the QA process. So even working with really experienced QA teams, they were sort of like scratching their chin a little bit, like, okay, how are we going to approach this? And then, you know, once we began QA, you know, pandemic occurred and webcams were suddenly sold out everywhere. So even just getting the hardware necessary to do proper, robust QA for this was a challenge. And then figuring out, okay, what do we need to account for? Lighting, you know, different types of faces, glasses, the sun going down mid playthrough. These were all like weird factors that we just had to consider and kind of constantly be doing QA for.
Yeah, I think on that note too, like I was pleasantly surprised to see these like streamer integration where like when I set this up, I'm like, well, how am I gonna do the stream if it's using my webcam? And I think having that overlay is so smart and like a nice extra touch that was added in there. What from this project, and it can be your direct involvement or maybe just the results from like your collaborative efforts, what are you most proud of? And then what do you wish was either done better or maybe done differently, or what's like an idea you wanted to put in there that you just didn't really have the time for or it didn't fit?
Man, a lot comes to mind for both of that. I mean, we're very proud. I mean, it's been such a, I think, the thing, you know, that I feel proud of everybody, especially, you know, people who've been on this thing for like almost 7 years now. It definitely, there were moments in this production where we always had this belief that this could be this really amazing kind of deeply emotional thing and this amazing use of tech, but there were definitely moments where we were like close to just packing it in, and like everyone, you know, we were all trying to work nights and weekends on it, and it was kind of falling apart. And I'm literally just proud of the fact that it exists at all. Like just the fact that we have a game that's out, that and we're talking about it on this panel. Like there were definitely, so like we didn't come out of this, we weren't coming into this as like pros or seasoned veterans. We were very much like, can we make a game? So having made a game at all, and with these people, I mean, I've known Ollie since I was 3, Will, the creator, since I was 12. So it's like I'm just proud that we got through it. In terms of things that could have gone differently, I mean, look, I mean, you take the good with the bad. I mean, the first script that I wrote had a lot more branching in it. Had some really interesting kind of different ways that the story could go. And early on, even when we had this funding and stuff, we kind of had to look at it, and like all game, projects are overscoped, and you end up having to cut a lot of things, and you bemoan them at first, but honestly, I think having sometimes I think, man, if those were really cool and there was so much cool stuff, but then I think there was a focus that came from cutting the stuff out, and so at this point, I kind of feel like, yeah, you take the good with the bad, but we're so happy with how it's come out, and that as I say, it's amazing that it's come out at all. So we're just we're along for the ride.
Yeah, I totally agree with all that. I mean, in terms of things that I'm proud of that we accomplished, I think the emotional impact of the game has been like really gratifying to see. We get a lot of fan mail and people, I mean, it's not really fan mail, it's more just sort of like responses, I suppose, just people being really honest and talking about how they appreciated the game, and some of those messages are really like deep, and it's always like just it makes it feel very worthwhile to read those.
Yeah, getting
um
getting emails from kids that dealt with illness or battled cancer, and saying that the game spoke to them, that definitely, like, we've gotten a few really beautiful emails that have definitely been pretty incredible to read.
yeah, yeah, that's sort of, I think that's the real kind of thing that makes it worthwhile. You mentioned the streamer box feature. That was that's something that I was thinking about the other day, where in terms of things that could have gone differently, like when we first launched the game, for some reason it was a little bit warped and small when you put that up. And we all like watch streamers, but we're not like super deep in that world or that community. And every streamer would be like, oh man, like I look so ugly in this, or I look so weird in this, like it's kind of warped. Or they'd have a green screen and they can't use their green screen, and suddenly, or so we did patch it really quickly so that it wasn't as warped, and it had a little bit like better quality, that the shape of that box of their webcam feed. But I still wish that there was like green screen and VTuber integration, so that people who are streaming like have all the tools at their disposal that they usually use for their fan bases.
Yeah, that must have been a pretty quick patch because I was one of those people that streamed pretty early on, and I remember it being a pretty convenient and well put together system at work. Y'all have mentioned that like your history with each other and growing up together. A lot of the game touches on adolescence and like childhood and growing up. How much, if any, of childhood moments or stories are infused into Before Your Eyes? Like how much of yourselves are in this game?
Yeah, I would say a fair amount. Uh, we kind of took that as like, especially when yeah, we kind of wanted, knowing that we all had this sort of shared thing. We kind of grew up in the same neighborhood, and so we kind of, I think there's little bits of all of us in it. I mean, a funny fact is that the house that you're in is sort of modeled off of Ollie's childhood home that we all spent a lot of time in, and we actually like gave that to the 3D modelers to kind of use as reference. And there's a lot of like, there's definitely a lot of personal touches in there, that yeah, I mean, uh, most of it I think has some kind of personal, at least we have a personal relationship to most everything in there. So I would say that we tried to infuse ourselves into it, and we learned going through earlier versions we did a lot less of that, but the more that we kind of, I think, found the more personal we made it, the more it actually kind of resonated universally, which is that funny thing that kind of happens where you think, oh, this is who's going to relate to this, and it turns out when you're as kind of specific as possible is when you kind of it reaches the widest variety of people. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. We mentioned at the top too, the Game Award nomination, which again, congratulations on that. Games for Impact. Y'all sort of touched on this already, but what does that category mean to you? And in what ways do you think Before Your Eyes is impactful, and what makes it so impactful?
um yeah, I think that the way in which it's most impactful is, and thank you for the congratulations. We're really hyped about it. The ways in which it's most impactful are the storytelling ways and the emotional ways. People who've dealt with issues in their life that are present in the story, feeling catharsis, and also just people maybe like over the last year and a half, having sort of dealt with challenges and the difficulties that come with the pandemic. Um, a lot of people kind of having a cathartic experience with the game, or having a kind of emotional release from the game and connecting to people. Like I've seen people kind of call their loved ones after playing, and that I think is an impact that it's really nice to see games sort of doing more of that. And there's a lot of other games I can think of that have that effect as well. So that I think is an impact that sort of feels that resonates with me in terms of the name of that category of the nomination. Um, and I think, the other element is sort of there's an impact of trying to broaden the types of gameplay that exists in the medium and sort of trying new things, because I think ultimately that leads to kind of uh, more inclusivity for different types of gamers, and
Yeah.
just sort of taking the medium into new places, which is always a good thing. Well, it's usually a good thing. It's not always a good thing, I should say.
Yeah, we've always wanted. Yeah, it's like we've always believed that video games are, or interactive art. We love gamey games and challenging games, and also, we're big gamers. But I've always believed as a gamer that like there are things in this medium that could have deep impact for everybody, people who just love storytelling. And so we always wanted to design this game with just as much, we're just as much designing it for gamers as we're designing it for anybody. And like if you're a seasoned gamer or you've never picked up a game before, you're going to be as new to Before Your Eyes. And so, that's always a goal of ours too, is just to try to like expand the medium, make things that can bring in different people who who are maybe a little off put by the culture of video games, but kind of make something that can convince people that this medium has a lot to offer emotionally and as well as just gameplay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
also in terms
absolutely.
of like other developers, if there's a voice in your head that says something like, well, maybe you shouldn't do this because it's not very gamey, don't listen to it, because we had that
Yeah.
voice for a long time and it never turned out to be true. Gamers are down for a lot of different things.
Yeah, for sure. I know y'all talked about how difficult it was to just even get this out the door, and now it's there, and this is sort of like in a way a victory lap. But I have to ask, what's next after this? Is it going to be another experimental thing? Do you already maybe have an idea for a story or a vision, or is it just going to be maybe more iterations on this specific project? What's coming up?
We've been talking. We have something really exciting that we're brewing. I don't think we're ready to talk. We're not talking about it in specifics yet, but we had a lot of conversations and a lot of back and forth about, do we want to keep going on this eye and face tracking thing? Do we want to try something else? And it turned out that there are some ideas that we feel like we left on the table in terms of these really experimental modes of what we kind of call it as camera as controller, and as cameras come out, they're on all PCs, they're on mobile. VR is now having, eye tracking is being rolled out to most headsets. PSVR 2 is going to have eye tracking, so that's an interesting thing to track in terms of Before Your Eyes. But we kind of see that there is this the tech isn't going anywhere, and there's so many kind of exciting ways to utilize it that we do want to continue to explore, using this kind of camera as controller as a way to kind of broaden the language. Yeah, because for us, it's like there's so many people doing so many amazing things right now in games, and especially people who are just refining gameplay formulas down to this amazing thing. And for us, it's like we kind of see ourselves, our role is to be a little more of the explorers and go out there and kind of try wild new crazy things and see if they work. And so we want to kind of keep working in that kind of experimental mode, with also always a focus on storytelling and emotional storytelling that's relatable in a similar to Before Your Eyes. So yeah, we're excited for what's next. We got something cool.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what y'all come up with. Before we head
Yeah.
out, can we re-go down the line and y'all just say your names, where people can follow you, and if you have just any final messages for fans before we head out?
Yeah. So I'm Oliver Lewin. I'm game director, producer, project manager, also composer, one of two on the game. Before Your Eyes. We have a studio Twitter, Goodbye World. check that out. Goodbye World Games. We also have our Discord and our Instagram, so check that out. I'm Ollie Lewin on all those things, so check us out there too.
Yeah, and I'm Graham Parks. I'm on Twitter as well, but definitely not a big Twitter user. So go follow Goodbye World. That's where the content is.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, I'm Janet Garcia. My handle is at GameOnysus on all social media and Twitch. That's Game ONYSUS. So if you want to see me play other emotional games before your eyes, among others, be sure to check that out. And a reminder that Before Your Eyes is now available on PC and Mac, and the deluxe edition with the digital soundtrack and art book is available on Steam. For now, stay tuned for more about Skybound Games' special holiday sales coming up at the Skybound Games Awards. And now, let's get back to our hosts.
Hey. Wow, I
Hey.
am fascinated by this game. No, first of all, I had said in the last segment that Before Your Eyes was only on Steam. I was wrong about that. It's also on Mac and PC, as you just heard by the
Yep.
fabulous Janet Garcia. I love hearing about the development process of games and comics. Like a lot of what they talk about, like the blinking mechanism fascinates me. The eye tracking, what did he say? Camera as
Yep.
controller technology. That's
Yes.
fascinating to me. And this is for those who don't know, Skybound Games is the publisher of Before Your Eyes. And look, I am also incredibly impressed by Oliver, who is both the game director and composer. And I think that really speaks to how lyrical and emotional the game feels because he gets the
Mm-hmm.
timing of music. Um, so yeah, I might have to download this. Y'all know how I do my
I'm
Thursday
saying.
stream early in the morning. Y'all might find me crying.
No, it seems
um,
like a super, super compelling game.
yeah, no, it really is. There's another emotional game that I don't think will make you cry called Rainbow Billy, Curse of the Leviathan. Now, have you played this
Yeah.
game? Have you heard about this game?
I have. I dabbled in it a little bit because I wanted to play it a little bit before I gave it to my daughter. I handed it off. We got a Switch. It's available on Switch, and I wanted to play it a little bit. And it's a lot. It's really cute. It's a very cute venture game. It kind of almost like, for lack of a better comparison, it's kind of like Mario 64 in the sense of it's like that open world where you can run around. Really cute, great message, coming to age, universal, message and story. And it's great for. I think it's fun, and I'm sure like the little ones will eat it up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I know that we have some special Rainbow Billy stuff on sale. The
Do
plushies. The
look how
plushies are
cute
on
those things are. Look at that.
I know. So listen, everybody right now, you've got to go to the store and get these like immediately because they're absolutely gonna sell out.
They're
These are
gonna
absolutely adorable.
for sure.
You are missing somebody on your holiday gift list. Go to store.skybound.com right now or pick up your phone, scan
That QR
that
code.
little
Yep.
QR code. Yes. Um, I know I want all of these. I'm gonna have to have a conversation with management. We're done. I need to decorate the
Hey,
set here. So
for sure. I thought I was done Christmas shopping. Today's expo was like, no, Eris, you are not done Christmas
you
shopping.
are not done.
Especially
You are
those rainbow billies. I think they're cool. If my daughter sees those, it's done. I'm gonna have to try to snag some. So like you said, management, save me one. Save me one. My daughter will thank you.
right. You'll be like dad of the year. Now you said she was playing on the Switch.
Yeah.
Okay. So I know it's also available on Steam and PS4.
Hmm.
So those plushies are Rainbow Billy, Leviathan, Friendship, and Fernie. So and also completely forgot to say this. It's the last day to order before the holidays. So if you want to get
It's true.
these plushies or any of these items in the store right now,
I see
oh look,
Invincible.
there's
See
I was gonna
Invincible.
say there's your invincible t-shirt, there's your invincible sweatshirt. Um actually I didn't even realize there was an invincible ugly sweater. This is new to me.
I
Um
I was just gonna point that out, and last day to get it, so I could wear it for Christmas Eve.
I want that hat. I want that bright yellow invincible hat. And there's even like a Walking Dead mug. Yeah, you've got to get in the
Mhm.
store and get your hands on this stuff because it's going to be leaving us shortly. Now, up next, we actually have the Skybound Games Awards.
Yes.
Okay. So
And
there is
we're giving awards away.
listen, you see me looking with this funny face because we don't have Skybound Award Games Award. So I don't know what this is. This is something that
We
Woody
do now. We do now.
exactly. Woody and Carlos Lopez have clearly cooked this up. So I'm gonna have to leave it to them to explain what these games awards are because I didn't even realize we were handing anything out. Are we getting participation trophies? What's happening? In the meantime,
Hey,
while
man,
you guys
it's
sort out
Christmas.
the game,
People want to be merry.
they do. While you guys sort out who's won what, I'm gonna get my hands on some of these plushies. So stay tuned for the Skybound Games Awards up next.
Wow! What a magical evening! Welcome to the Skybound Games Game Awards presented by Skybound Games. I am your host, Woody Tondorf. I am the senior content marketing professional for Skybound Games, here to take you through a menagerie of some of the greatest Skybound Games releases in this year of 2021. I am joined by my wonderful co-host here, absolutely live in the Skybound Games offices, Carlos Lopez.
How's it going, everybody?
Who has just gotten back from landing planes at LAX. Carlos, welcome.
Yes, you can land there. Hey, how's it going, everybody? It's me, your co-host, Carlos Lopez. Thank you, Woody, for the amazing, energetic intro. And not only that, we're super excited. We have people rolling in from LAX to the red carpet. We're super excited to bring in some awesome game awards, Skybound Games Awards, presented by Skybound Games.
Carlos, we're here today at the Skybound Games Game Awards presented by Skybound Games to celebrate all of the tremendous titles that Skybound Games put out this year of 2021. Tell us a little bit about the many games that we did, but mostly just the 3 that we put out.
Well, let me tell you, Woody, it's been a crazy year for Skybound Games. Not only for just the world itself, but indie game titles. We came up with 3 of them, and those 3 are The Big Con, Rainbow Billy, The Curse of Leviathan, and Before Your Eyes. That's right. It is a game, by the way. I'm not saying Before Your Eyes that these games are amazing, but that is the name of the game.
So we're gonna
yeah, it's a game that came out. You guys can play it. Download it today. We are excited to bring some awesome awards to some of these games. By the way, the awards are presented by Skybound Games Awards presented by Skybound Games. So I just want to make sure we put that. Huntington is screaming in my ear right now to mention that every other sentence. Woody, should we kick things off already? I'm getting Huntington screaming at me. He's vocally screaming at me. I think that's a hint as to what the next award might be.
He needs to turn it down. And in fact, I think he says our concurrents are dropping like a stone and we need to step on it. So let's go into our first award. Carlos, what do we got?
Our first award, Woody. Now, I'm excited because the first award is about not only about the performance, about vocally performing. You know, your eyes, that's okay. I can read your mind with that. But your voice, it's such a artistic, valuable molding of all kinds of just things, and people drink a lot of tea. You know, our first award is about celebrating those that go further and beyond with their voice acting. So our first award is for the best vocal performance by a lead character. I'm throwing it out there. Hundreds is telling me, hold up. Okay, Hundred. He's screaming at me right now, Woody. I don't know what's
Yes,
going on.
he's yelling very loud. Yes.
He's saying you want me to bring up the hype more. So our first award goes to Allie from the Big Con. The crowd is right now tremendously going crazy. We're super excited. What a performance. Oh my God. Woody, I was in tears. I can't even. It's amazing. It was amazing. I don't know what you feel about it. I definitely think that deserves it more. Oh my God. I'm already tearing up. I'm sorry.
Congratulations. I'll let you compose yourself. Congratulations, Erika Ishii, for what you were able to do with this character. So many feelings, so few words. I'm told that we have an acceptance speech from Erika Ishii coming up right now.
Let's roll it. Let's roll it while I collect myself. Oh my God.
Thank you.
That was powerful stuff. Which brings us to our second award, the Chris Rebert Award for Best Use of Disco Broccoli as an Easter egg. The nominees are The Big Con, Casino Guest, Before Your Eyes, Benny's Toys, Rainbow Billy, Island Guest. And the winner is Rainbow Billy! Congratulations to Rainbow Billy. What an honor. I'm told from the man himself that the thing that put it over the top was, what's that? No, the producer's yelling. It's the fact that you gave him a theme song fit for the Funky King himself. Congratulations, Rainbow Billy, you mad scientist. And now, on to the third award. Our third award is a personal favorite of mine, the Excellence in Unused Marketing Materials. Every year we put out a ton of content to let you, the player, viewer, listener, we let you know about our games. And sometimes some really great stuff just doesn't make it onto the screen for whatever reason. And chief amongst them is this absolutely fantastic piece that we got from Mr. Troy Baker, who did us a real solid submitting a fake voiceover audition to be in the Big Con. He was awesome at it. And the entire thing that he sent us, we were basically like, hey, if you have just like a little bit of time, would you mind just like putting this like little fake silly thing out? Troy took the assignment to a god tier and sent us a 15-minute sketch about him getting ready for the role of Ted. And it is awesome. Let's see the winner for Excellence in Unused Marketing Materials, Mr. Troy Baker for the Big Con. Let's roll that clip.
Yellow. Yes. I am looking at that right now. Mm-hmm. I read all of it. Here we go. Okay. Theodore Elliott Cabaz. I'll probably never say the last name. Oh. Menil University. Astronomy. Things like that. Everything started to unravel. It's me. I read the story. Oh God, it's so good. It's so good. So yeah, can you make the deal happen? How much? Yeah, totally. What makes me most excited about playing Ted is that his name is Ted. I feel that Teds are fundamentally underrepresented in the arts. His full name, of course, is Ted Elliott, and it's very important to know all of that about him. Him being a poet, of course, appealed to my sensibilities, and I found that it was actually a struggle for me to not rhyme because I do that all the time. I felt that even his grunts and his efforts rhymed. There's a lyrical quality to that, you know. And that's not something that you can learn at Juilliard. I didn't go to Juilliard, but they had some online classes that I audited through. A friend of mine gave me his password once. Dialogue. Where's the dialogue? I must have missed it. There's got to be dialogue. Once I discovered the scope of the role, I then delved into the script, and I like the challenge of, I believe less is more. I especially felt that the time period made sense for the character. It's such a beautiful era, the Victorian sort of era, being in the the 1890s with. Say what? The 1990s? No, I don't think. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I mean, the video store makes more sense now. And I feel that this movie is going to be something that will definitely, I mean, I wouldn't want to automatically jinx it by putting up with Oscar, but a film like this is something that I feel that the cinematic community, it's a game? Oh! Oh, now I get it. Oh.
Wow. The emotion. The range.
Amazing.
The man is a genius, and that is why he wins so many awards, including this award, the Troy Baker Award for Excellence in Unused Marketing Materials, presented at the Skybound Games Awards by Skybound Games.
Yeah. I'm speechless. I don't even know. I don't know. I think nothing. I think that's like Godfather performance right now at the moment. That's like top tier. Please do.
That's how does he do it?
I don't know.
And now we're on to our fourth award. Carlos, I'm really excited for this one. It's Most Tears.
Oh,
Skybound game.
Don't get me started, man. Don't get me started.
This year was there more tears. There's a lot of tears. I was going to go into a Coldplay reference. Does anybody know who Coldplay is anymore? There are so many tears. The nominees are The Big Con, Tears of Laughter, Rainbow Billy, Tears of Joy, Before Your Eyes, just big ol' salty, ugly, crying tears by everyone who played the game on Twitch. And the winner is Before Your Eyes.
Oh my God, I was holding back tears, man. Oh my God. Amazing.
Let's do just a real quick. If you haven't played Before Your Eyes and you were ready to cry your little eyes out, I still get teary when I watch other people play it. Here are just a few people who have played the game on Twitch, crying their whittle baby eyes out. Let's roll that clip.
Smiling like that.
It must be somewhere that he likes.
Right at the end.
That is so sad. That is fucking depressing.
Man. It's getting me in my feels.
Jesus Christ. Oh god. That was such a beautiful game.
Oh my god.
Damn.
I can't right now.
Wow.
That was incredible.
Oh fuck. It's so hot. I'm just crying.
I've never cried that hard for a video game.
That was so sad.
I haven't cried in a long time.
That was probably one of the best games I've played in a while. So beautiful.
What the fuck?
It feels like it was more of a movie than an actual game, you know?
I feel like genuinely guilty the times that like I couldn't help but blink and like a moment passed.
You might just cry. Feel free to cry.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that is a fucked up game.
Holy fuck, dude, that game, holy fuck.
Oh god, my emotions.
That even the smallest things, the smallest decisions might affect your whole life, and it is scary.
Such a crybaby, dude. What the fuck? It takes a lot to get me crying. You gotta kick me real hard.
I need a minute. So freaking good.
Carlos, I'm told that it's not going great. That the Skybound Games Game Awards presented by Skybound Games may have been an ill-advised venture that we put together at pretty much the last minute. But I wore a tuxedo. We're both at the office.
I don't know. Stocks are down. We need to rise up the stocks right now. So we got to boost it up a bit. Woody. We got Huntington is just.
Huntington is just doing massive amounts of cocaine through the rest of this stream. And you know what? I'm having a great time. Are you having a good time, Carlos?
I'm having an amazing time with you, Woody. I feel like we're syncing up. We're celebrating all these amazing indie game titles that we put our hearts, our cries, and hey, even some of us have grown to even enjoy these games and have our family members even play these games. So, which I highly recommend. Which it's on sale. Some of these games are on sale. Just want to give a heads up.
Yeah, there's going to be some announcements about our holiday deals and maybe possibly giveaways. I'm not going to promise anything. I haven't cleared any of that with legal yet. That's not the way that I operate. Okay, clearly, we are just flying by the seat of our pants in this thing, despite our very calm and Brian, I'm going, Huntington. Okay, I'm moving through it. All right, time for the fifth award. Carlos, what do we got?
So our fifth award, there's an achievement unlike anybody. There's the Heisman Trophy. There's an Olympic medal. There is the Oscars. We got the Grammys, but nothing.
Carlos, I'm going to stop you right there. I'm told that this is a video game award show, and we would be remiss if we did not bring the entire award show to a screeching halt and kill the momentum for some shameless marketing. As you are aware, we are bringing Gang Beasts to a physical retail launch 3 days ago. For Nintendo Switch, you can get Gang Beasts on a physical disc for Nintendo Switch. It's a cartridge. It's not a disc. It's Switch.
Yeah.
And you can get that right now at retailers worldwide, or also you can purchase it on the internet. And for that purpose, because all this is a marketing vehicle, we're going to play a launch trailer and just celebrate the fact that we've just brought all this to a screeching halt. Let's play that trailer.
But okay.
And we're back at the Skybound Games Game Awards presented by Skybound Games. We were talking about the 5th award. Carlos, before you were so rudely interrupted. Huntington, I'm getting to it. Let's get into that 5th award.
As I was saying, Huntington on a earpiece. Hey man, look, every award presents an amazing lifetime achievement, but this award itself is our Disco Broccoli Lifetime Achievement Award for Best Adaptation of a Character into a Plushie. And I would like to reward that to the folks at Rainbow Billy, Curse of Leviathan. If you have not gotten yourself a plushie, you guys deserve this amazing Disco Broccoli. And if you haven't picked up one of these plushies, I mean, what are you doing? Look at these. Look at this. It's amazing. It's cute. I don't even know. I'm speechless. Even by looking at these plushies, they're so adorable. I gotta get it from my niece and nephew. They're just too cute. But you guys deserve the Disco Broccoli Achievement Award. It is engraved. We'll send the plaque. We'll send a gift basket. Please don't expect any fruit or any of that stuff. We're gonna send you actual broccoli as a basket. So please make sure to keep it. It's good for you, right? Lots of vitamins, plenty of minerals in there as well. So please keep a lookout for that. Thank you so much. Woody, should we go on with our final award of the night or day, if anything? I like that one.
It's clearly night. It's clearly
Right?
night. We are here, and we are clearly live at the Skybound Games offices as we come to a screeching conclusion for the Skybound Games Game Awards presented by Skybound Games. Our final award. I'm really excited about this one, and I'm going to butcher the pronunciation. Do not at me. I am not your real dad. The Matryoshka Award for Best Use of a Video Game inside a video game. I mean, it's hands down. It's before your eyes. Constures before your eyes. The attention to detail, the Pokemon adjacent love letter.
Yeah.
The rich character design, and you can see all of this not only in the game if you purchase it on Steam or also in other places. GOG, for instance, because it's now on Mac and PC. That's terrific. And you can also, if you purchase it on Steam, you can get the deluxe edition. Here's the thing I love most about the Constures, Carlos, and why this is such a richly deserved win by the Goodbye World Games guys who have created Before Your Eyes, which is just a fantastic title. The game is not only a Pokemon adjacent love letter. The characters are not only richly developed. You not only never get to play the game, you just watch your best friend / frenemy play the game as she strategizes on how best to use the different characters against each other. But if you get the deluxe edition, you can see how they came up with the box art in the art book, which is also just lovely. You owe it to yourself to pick it up. We have 13 more awards to do. We'll probably take it to Twitter. Carlos, I'm told that we have to wrap this up. How have you enjoyed the first and possibly last Skybound Games Game Awards presented by Skybound Games?
Well, first of all, I'm excited that Skybound invited me to be a part of the Skybound Games Awards presented by Skybound Games, but also the fact that we're celebrating these amazing indie titles and all these amazing indie devs that put their heart, their soul, and their love for video games in all of these games. And we're super excited, and somebody excited for you guys to pick up these games for the first time. And it's a great experience. All of them are different, and they do speak, and they have the energy of what is Skybound Games, which is emotional. We're just discovering new games and uncovering new ways to play games. So definitely.
Congratulations to Manavoid. Congratulations to Mighty Yell. Congratulations to Goodbye World Games. I don't think a lot of people realize, and if we can be serious here for a second, because we've had some fun and a fair amount of cocaine, the amount of work that these very small teams put into these works of art for multiple years, and that has existed as just tiny little brain children, and then they go and they put it out to you, the gaming public. They're putting their hearts and souls on the screen for you here, and I think these titles are absolutely incredible. And to celebrate this, we are putting all of these titles on sale throughout the holiday season.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Do we ask for thanks? No. The job is its own reward. And now, let's just read off a list of what these sales are going to be.
Get Telltale's The Walking Dead for 50% off at the following sales:
GOG from December 14th to January 5th, and Apple Store from December 15th to the 30th. Epic's holiday sale goes from December 16th to January 6th, and Xbox goes from December 17th to January 2nd. You can also get the Definitive Series for 40% off at all of these sales. Rainbow Billy and the Curse of the Leviathan is also half off at the following sales: Xbox from December 17th to January 2nd, and Steam from December 22nd to January 5th. The Big Con is half off on Xbox from the 17th to January 2nd, and half off on Steam's winter sale. You can also pick it up on the Epic Game Store for half off from December 16th to January 6th. And finally, Before Your Eyes is available for 40% off on GOG's winter sale, Steam's winter sale, and Epic's holiday sale. Deals start December 14th and go until January 6th.
My mind's but at this point, are we selling anything else? I feel like maybe I don't know. Are we selling our chairs? Are we selling our stuff in the background? I know we were in the office. Do we just sell that half off too?
We might just F around and just give away some Rainbow Billy plushies, because at this point, time has no meaning. We're just giving stuff away. I am told by Huntington that time does have extreme meaning, and that we do absolutely have to wrap this up. So, Carlos, before we go and pass this on to the rest of the Holiday Expo, what do you have to say?
First of all, I want to say everybody who's supporting us both on our socials and also our Discord, which you could join. Should probably be a link here somewhere for our Discord. Join our Discord. Talk about our games. And we can send you to the other developers who made these amazing games, and you could talk to them in person. These are awesome people who are very open to talk about any other games. But we want to wish everybody a happy holidays from here, from the Skybound Games family and Skybound Entertainment as well. Woody, thank you so much for having me here. I'll let you close the night. I gotta get some more water. All these sales are killing me. The plushes are amazing, adorable. Oh my god, I don't know, man. I'm just excited for the holidays.
I'm excited for you. I'm excited for us. I'm excited for a brand new dawn, a brand new day that's coming out in 2022. We have so many new titles and new indie games to tell you about. Obviously, the Callisto Protocol is coming. That stuff is just gonna, for however much that Before Your Eyes made you cry, this will make you pee your pants. It is so scary. I have seen a little bit of it. I was not man enough to get through it. We can't even tell you some of the stuff. No, seriously, we signed NDAs. We can't show you these. It's going to be amazing. There are some really great titles. I cannot wait to tell you more about them. Carlos, I'm sure that you can't wait to tell people about it on the Twitters, the Instagrams, the Discords, maybe even a TikTok. Who knows? Carlos, I have enjoyed so much sharing this time with you. As always, my dude, it's just always such a privilege and a pleasure. Thank you so much. Happy holidays, buddy.
Thank you. You too. Loving the fresh gear. You're looking fresh.
I haven't worn this tux since my wedding, which was so long ago. Anyways, back to you, hosts. Enjoy yourselves.
Hey.
Well, that was a really fun panel.
Listen, that was
Ton of
bananas. I
fun.
didn't know what we were gonna get. I had no idea what we were gonna get. I had no idea whatsoever.
Can I just say that Disco Broccoli cleaned up. Totally
He
cleaned
did.
up. Like
Yes,
it was
and
just so you got the Lifetime Achievement Award.
I wasn't ready for that much broccoli to be in one segment. Like
No, or even Troy Baker. I did not expect to see Troy Baker make an appearance here, which was crazy. Freaking, he's he's probably most known for voicing a lot of characters in the Batman Arkham games, like the Joker, Tim Drake, Two-Face, I believe, and then even Slimer from Ghostbusters. He does everything. Does everything in video game voiceover. But really, really cool panel, a lot of fun. And now I need a Disco Broccoli plushie. So I want that too.
See, I want that as well. And also, like, I wasn't ready. Yes, if you can, don't forget, this is Disco Broccoli is obviously part of the Rainbow Billy plush collection. And remember, everything. The Expo sale is 30% off just for the Expo. So act fast, and remember that the discount will show up in your cart on items that are not in-stream deals. So don't panic if you don't see it right away. Okay. But I'm very happy
Where's
to
my
know.
savings?
I know, right? I'm very happy to know that Disco Broccoli is available, because I was going to get very upset with Carlos if it wasn't. Also, who knew that Before Your Eyes is a Pokemon adjacent love letter? I didn't know this.
Right? Neither did I. We're learning stuff as we're watching. But
But
we also got the
Gang Beasts
20
look like-
under 20
Gang
sale.
Beasts, Gang Beasts looks a lot of fun too. I just wanted to mention one more game before
yeah, okay, yeah.
we hop onto the sale. Yes, 20 under 20 sale is really exciting. Also, we have, again, Grim, we've got, I'm not gonna say some of the stickers that we have from Walking Dead. The 20 under 20 sale is
Family friendly.
there. Yes, we've got and listen, the 20 under 20 sale is changing throughout the month. So even though you're seeing stuff in the store today, it's changing beyond today. And so you're going to have to check back often for new deals on your favorite stuff. But if you were a Skybound insider, you wouldn't have to do that.
Ooh,
So you got to
you
definitely go
wouldn't.
to skybound.com and join our insiders group so that you absolutely get to take advantage of all this stuff. And again, remember, for those of you who are looking for your 30% discount on a lot of the stuff that you're buying today that you're seeing on stream, don't panic if you don't see it right away. When you're shopping, you're going to see it in your cart. Okay. But yeah, me and you are going to be fighting over those plushies.
I know, right? I need the Rainbow Billy and I need the broccoli because it's a Disco Broccoli. Who doesn't want that? But one of the things I'm also hoping I get my hands on is the Lee and Clementine statue, the bookends, which look
Yes.
really, really cool. Need that in my collection. I have tons of Walking Dead trades. I have, almost all of them, so I need those to be on the end.
Be on the end to
of them
hold up
on
all
my
of the comics
bookshelf.
together. Okay.
I know. What a better way to hold up your Walking Dead books than with Lee and Clementine. So that's a ton of fun. Remember, scan that QR code that's on the screen right now. That is the easiest way. Scan it with the camera on your phone. It'll take you right to it. Easy peasy. But also, like you just said, sign up to be a Skybound insider. To get discount on merch, instant access to dozens of digital comics, including Invincible #1. Which I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
No, you are. If there's anybody who knows comics, it is Eris. Also, I'm just gonna shout you out a little bit because Variant Comics, hello. If you want to know about what's going on in comics,
Uh-oh.
including Skybound, you've got to be following Eris. Like, come on. And you know what? There's something that I was remiss. I didn't realize that we didn't mention this earlier, but we've got Schmoedown coming up later, right, guys? Like, I completely forgot to bring it up.
Yep.
But for those of you who have been like, wait, is Schmoedown happening today? Are we getting a Schmoedown? Yes, later we are getting a Schmoedown. So we didn't forget
A
about
holiday
you.
version of it.
It's going to be holiday. Yes, a Krampus Schmoedown. So
No,
I'm
very excited
Go
for
ahead.
that. I was gonna say I'm very excited for that.
Got it.
Oh, I'm cutting out. No, the internet. Yeah.
What I'm curious about is the next segment, which is Demon in the White House. Now, that is a documentary that was been produced by Skybound that's on Discovery Plus. I don't know if anybody's watching it. I don't know if anybody has Discovery Plus, but if you do, you should check it out. Have you heard about this?
I have heard about this. It's based off The Residence by Andrew Pyper, and it is a gorgeous book. It is a gorgeous book. The art is fantastic. The story is really compelling. There we go. It's up on the screen right now. So if you want that, scan that QR code again. We'll bring you right to it. But yeah, very gorgeous book. And the concept, it deals with, the White House being haunted. That's just like a cool premise, right? Because of any house, like what's pretty much the most famous house in the world, the White House, and just the history that house has. Of course it would be haunted. Of course it would. So it makes all the sense in the world. I'm very excited to see this next panel. and I actually want to reread that book because this is making me want to revisit.
Oh, you've read it. Okay. I hadn't read it. And you know what's really funny? When I heard the story, until they said this was a real story, I actually thought I was listening to just like, a horror podcast or a horror movie. I didn't know it was a full-on documentary based on a book, based on a true story about this haunting. So yeah, up next we're gonna be talking with Julian Della Pupa, Andrew Pyper, Chris Bray, Brooke Linder, who are going to talk about this story on a larger scale. But yes, you absolutely have to get that book in the Skybound store, which you should have been in all day because stuff is flying off the shelf. Definitely get in there, and don't
I'm
forget to
sure stuff
become.
is sold out already.
Oh yeah, no, it is. We're gonna have to fight management for those plushies all day. Absolutely. So
Oh,
up
man.
next, you're going to check out Demon in the White House.
Yes.
When you think about the White House, it's an epicenter of American political power.
It's no surprise at all that the White House is so haunted.
The property was a perfect breeding ground for these demons to feed off chaos.
Ghost stories at the White House have been happening over 150 years.
Presidents have had ghostly experiences. First ladies, military aides, Truman, Carter, and Reagan. The Bushes, even the Obamas.
There's some kind of energy that brings something supernatural to that place. This presence began to appear in the White House that they called the Thing. And now we have our first piece of hard evidence.
The first documented ghost photo inside the White House.
If you are a demonic entity and you want to bring about mischief on a vast scale, what better place to do it than the White House?
Hello and welcome to the Skybound Holiday Expo. My name is Julian and I will be your moderator for today. We just saw a brief clip there, and today we're going to be talking about the newest shock doc from Discovery. It's Demon in the White House, and it's based on Skybound books The Residence by Andrew Pyper. To begin, I'm going to introduce everybody in the panel, and we're going to start off here with Chris.
How you doing? My name is Chris Bray. I was the showrunner, executive producer on the project, so helped with the sort of the development of the concept and research and writing.
Great. Go ahead, Andrew.
Hi, yeah, I'm Andrew Pyper. I am the author of The Residence, the novel that inspired the shock doc Demon in the White House. Primarily well, we can get into this in a moment, but it's even though The Residence is a novel, it was the research, the actual factual historical research that I did as the sort of the underpinnings of the novel that gave rise to the concept for the documentary.
All right, and then our final panels here.
My name is Brooke Linder. I am the director of Demon in the White House. And I just want to say, Chris is leaving out an important credit. He appears in the film as well.
That's right.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Uncredited appearance.
Yeah, I know. That's a bonus feature.
It's the if you can find me, you get.
Yeah. Don't say no. He's a construction worker in the background. You see him. He looks great in a hard hat and a vest.
Right.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, I'll have to watch it again when it's out. And definitely take a look. Well, to get started here, Andrew, could you talk a little bit more at exactly what you said about some of the research involving the book itself and how this all sort of ended up coming to be here?
Sure. Yeah, it was. I guess a couple of years ago now. In the early days of the previous guy, as I think the current president refers anonymously to the previous president for perhaps good reason. And I was just kind of minding my own business, just sort of Googling haunted houses, as I'm prone to do. I was not looking for a novel project to work on or anything of the sort. I was just kind of kicking around online, and I started looking into the history of the White House from a paranormal point of view, the occult history, the witnesses who have encountered supernatural beings, entities, ghosts in that place. And it was through that I stumbled on Franklin and Jane Pierce. Franklin Pierce was he was a one-term president from 1853 to 1857. He was 2 administrations prior to Lincoln. So it's the lead up to what would become the Civil War. And he's probably the most overlooked American president, and largely for good reason. He was a failed president, but a very interesting guy and a very interesting marriage to his first lady, Jane, who they lost all 3 of their children in the months prior to their inauguration. The most recent of whom, their young son, Benny, died as the sole casualty of a train derailment that happened mere weeks before his inauguration. And so they entered the White House bereft, grief-stricken, and what hooked me, what sort of decided for me, I have to make this into a book, was the fact that Jane wrote letters when she was in the White House in isolation on the 2nd floor to her deceased son, Betty, pleading with him to come back to her. And according to her letters, he did. And as soon as I read that, I thought, there is a whole world I want to fill in here from that jumping off point.
Wow. Yeah. It's certainly a very compelling story. And I know that, especially in the documentary as well, a lot of that is brought out. And this brings me to my next question for both Chris and Brooke. How did you guys, decide to, come together to sort of make the documentary happen? Was it just that you had read the book? Was there something more interesting there? Could you talk a little bit more about that?
Brooke, you can go first on that.
Man, I was gonna kick it to you. No,
Okay.
no, executive producers Jonathan Myers and Frank Sherm at Radical Media approached me about it. They had been working with Brian First and Andrew at Skybound with the idea of, can we this is historical fiction, but can we make a documentary out of this? Can we make a scary documentary out of this? And I had at some point mentioned professed my love for unsolved mysteries. And so they came to me and said, we want to talk to you about this. Read the book. What do you think? I read the book and I thought, this is really spooky and cool. I don't know how we're going to make a documentary of it. Enter Chris Bray, who figured out how to make a documentary of it.
Yeah. So Brooke and I had sort of just met through Radical, and I was connected through UTA, but I had produced a lot of different kinds of series and documentaries, but I had produced a 2-hour documentary on the White House. So I dug pretty deep into it, more from a historical point of view. But I've also done a lot of paranormal programming, and so it seemed to be a good fit. And like Brooke, before I had heard the one-line pitch, which is it's kind of about the ghost at the White House. And having known a little bit about it, I was like, well, I'm not sure how that's scary, but okay, I'll bite. And then I heard more about the project, read Andrew's book, and I got it. It wasn't, it's the demon in the White House. And it's very specific to that period of time when spiritualism was big, when parents, not just the first families, were losing young children at sort of alarming and terrifying rates. The Civil War, all these things were kind of coming together to create this period when it almost did seem that the dead were knocking on our doors. And so put that all into the sort of context of the White House, and I was like, that's just a great story. And Andrew's obviously book didn't just inspire it; it gave us something to grab onto like a format, a style, a tone, and even a structure, which is find the historical underpinnings, real people, real events, historical events, major historical events, and fill in what was unseen, what's untalked about. And that's where sort of Brooks' imagination and creativity came in. And he and I kind of collaborated on that to just fill in the gaps. But there's certainly so much rich factual history there to build off of.
The emotion was there too.
Yeah,
you know.
absolutely.
There was so much sort of grief and terror and like psychosis going on inside the house. It was like the drama was all there. You know,
it was all there from Andrew's book. We just took that and found a few different elements, and then added, you know, an administration and some anecdotes from other periods, and you know, filled out the entire documentary. But certainly the residence was the core principle sort of for the whole doc.
Yeah. Well, so far you all have mentioned research, and I think that, you know, I myself being a public historian, very much interested in how you guys chose to research this documentary and also research the book itself. So Andrew, I'd actually like to have you start off and talk a little bit more about that sort of research process, maybe some of the historiography, and maybe, you know, dig into how you sort of, you know, found and use some of those facts to sort of create the story that you ended up making.
Yeah, it's interesting because I'm going to be interested to hear, you know, what Chris's answer to this is, because even though obviously we collaborated on this project, we obviously were approaching different things in different ways. So, you know, I'm, you know, mostly wearing day to day my novelist's hat, which is a very selective kind of job. You know, you're looking for, yes, in a historical novel, you're looking for historical facts, things that give rise to story and also give authenticity and weight and substance to your jumping off points when you fictionalize. But the fictionalizing part in this case for the residents was largely about this marriage, Franklin and Jane. Yes, he happened to be the president, she was first lady, but you really, you know, for me, the research was focused on how do I access these people? And that was through loss, and also through a question that I was curious in having answered both through my research as well as in the story, which is, why would Franklin Pierce, who was by all accounts this winning, well-spoken, handsome man, athletic, why would he choose, out of all the young women who apparently, you know, sought him out, Jane, who was sickly and didn't like to dance, and her own sisters were known to be far prettier and more fun? What was the grounding in this unusual union that on the face of it made little sense? And so in part, the novel is an answer to, you know, what is the shape of the supernatural that Jane summoned, but it's also the answer to a very intimate question of like, what was between these two people? And so some of that, to answer your question, you know, some of that is based on the historical record, is what is known about these two people, but it is from that I sort of, you know, hypothesized and speculated as to what secret ultimately joined those two.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Chris, please, sort of the same question here. What was sort of that research process? If you could talk a little bit about, you know, what kind of items you had to source, and how did you use the history to sort of create the documentary?
Well, yeah, like Andrew said, he gave us a really good foundation with the factual moments in the Pierce administration in their lives that kind of gave rise to his imagination, his vision of that story. So we used that. We just built on it. We just literally took that foundation and built on it, and sort of what we discovered. And I talked to historians, specifically people who studied the history of not only those administrations, the Pierce and the Lincoln administrations, but also spiritualism generally, and what was going on in the country at the time. How did people feel about this idea that you could tap into this other world and almost scientifically reach the dead? And this was happening, and it was big, and it was new, and it was crazy. And we found that there was a real fear, and there was a particular book written about spiritualism and how worried people were about it. And this one preacher who specifically talks about Franklin Pierce and the loss of his son, and he's now president. And this guy is writing that he believes his son, he and Jane believe their son can still be with us, or is still around somehow, even though he's dead. So what does that mean? That means that they're tapping into this other world. And what if, just what if, some demon can mimic this boy and talk to their parents? Now he's made his way into the White House and he's there, and you're not going to get rid of him, not easily. And that for us was like, wow, this guy just like basically said the worst fear we all have, as Americans living in this country is, if you believe in the paranormal, especially, man, what if that happened? And what if it happened unwittingly and it happened to people you have complete empathy for?
Right.
You really wanted Jane to connect with her son. You really wanted Mary Todd to connect with Willie after they lost their child. And so we were able to find these very specific fears, the sort of zeitgeist in America at the time. Again, it wasn't just the first ladies, it was everyone in the country is now joining this movement, believing they can tap into the dead. And then the whole time you're ramping up into our nation's greatest conflict, and the Civil War and the Lincoln administration. And that's just sort of like filled with spiritual context. And you even see in the weeks that he had leading up to the presidency. And he thought of everything in spiritual terms.
Mm.
These weren't just policy issues necessarily. These were sort of, this is good versus evil, you know, the demons versus the angels. This is a spiritual battle that's taking place, and we're about to face. And so it was sort of all filled with that context.
Yeah, no, that absolutely, and that certainly does come across in the documentary as well. And I can say to some degree that you feel a lot of that palpability there, especially when discussing the Kansas-Nebraska Act as a very particular moment, especially it being such a pivotal moment in Franklin Pierce's presidential career. Many historians would say would be the defining moment of his career and the way in which that ended up passing. But in talking about history and in talking about how to fictionalize history to some degree, what I think is interesting about this program as a whole is the storytelling style and sort of the format in which you went about doing it. I think that, you know, if you're not someone who's super interested in history, but you might be interested in scary things or the paranormal, this is a great way of accessing history and wanting to learn more about it once you enter it. So maybe we can all just sort of discuss a little bit about, you know, how do we apply this type of format to other great chapters in history? Maybe there's other ways in which this could be done. And I'll leave it open to anybody on the panel.
That's a huge question. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's certainly very broad.
but it's I think getting the sauce right on this was mostly Chris, but like figuring out, because Andrew gave us these points of fact that happened, and it's filling in a couple of more things that happened, and then finding the dramatic through line where we could kind of like, this maybe sort of happened, we think this happened, there's a letter that said this happened. And so you're always kind of riding this, like, you're trying to keep it dramatic and interesting and keep it rooted in something real, but it's hard to get the sauce right, you know.
Yeah. And it was challenging. And I think really, like, you know, we're obviously, we're not the first to approach the documentary format this way, where there's so much that's unknown. And especially just, you know, from the get-go, you know, Brooke imagined this incredible scene, this seance that was the trigger point that summons this demon. Right. And that's the first thing we see in this beautifully shot cinematic scene. And so we're hoping the viewer kind of watches it with that lens. Okay, I'm watching a great horror film. Oh, wow, it takes place at the White House. Oh, and by the way, some of these things actually happened. So, it gives us it's a fun, scary, entertaining, dramatic story. And by the way, there's underpinnings to this that make it more plausible. And so I think, and then I'm sure Andrew, you talked a little bit about your process, but it seems to me you approached in a similar way. Like, what's the foundation, and how do I fill that out, flesh it out?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's almost like if you approach, there's so much now that I'm seeing, and I don't want to step on my own shoelaces, because we're actually putting together proposals for projects more of this kind. That is to say, looking at either historical places, individuals, epochs, places, and events through with particular attention to the supernatural, whether it being the supernatural being some kind of inspiration to these events, or an influence on people, or etc. And what's interesting, it's almost like, I think this is true of all different historical approaches, right? If you look at a text, a narrative with a particular point of view, or if you're alert to particular things, it could be feminism, it could be Marxism. In a way, now I'm kind of rereading or considering these events with a kind of a supernatural set of goggles. And it's amazing how buried in the biographies of some of the great writers of the 18th century, etc., on and on, that there's little nuggets of like, oh, who is that character? Why does that person describe seeing something and never going back to this place? What were the instances, or what was the inspiration behind Mary Shelley's conception of Frankenstein, which is the very first science fiction novel of all time? And when you kind of dig a little deeper, again, with that particular lens, it's amazing how many historical events have mysteries, have little sort of like, well, what happened there? Why did that person describe seeing a ghoul in this room, and then sort of never spoke to that person again? And because it's written by legitimate historians, they leave those things off. So it's kind of my job as a novelist to kind of grab onto those threads, pull on them, see where they take me, and when I get to the end of it, invent whatever I need to invent to get to the next thread.
Right.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's what just makes it also interesting. And I know that for me, at least seeing the documentary, that was a very intriguing thing, because, especially when it comes to things like Abraham Lincoln and the American Civil War, I've studied it, and there's certainly some facts about Lincoln that I was not aware of. And seeing how they were all drawn in this sort of spiritual connection, I was thinking from a historical perspective, oh, Lincoln would have done this, this, and that. But then seeing that he also has these other aspects to him, you can sort of see, oh, this is also maybe why he would make certain choices or act in certain ways. But this brings me to another question I had, which was sort of like, what is, I guess, one of the more interesting things that you all found as you were working on this project as a whole? I think that there were lots of little interesting facts and tidbits, but I definitely wanted to hear what you guys, thought about that.
I got a good one.
Yeah.
And I want to know if you were surprised by this too. The Booth Colchester connection between the assassin and the spiritualist that was invited away. Like, Chris came out with that one that he pulled, and it was like, what is going on? I mean, that's real. These guys were friends. What's going on?
It's real, and it's kind of. I mean, obviously, I didn't discover it. I always, I'm a producer.
Chris, I wasn't going to say that. I was just going to. But Chris put it under it.
But it is, the other amazing thing about that particular aspect is it's like it's a current ongoing investigation. Like, this is sort of a recent thing that was discovered, relatively recent. I mean, given the fact that the time that's passed since those events, these connections have been discovered. And according to one historian who participated in the project, he has colleagues who are working on this actively now, finding more connections between Colchester and Booth, their movements, what they were doing, their time prior to this. Because even if it happened to be circumstantial, it's such an incredible collision of these events, this kind of Connie type, medium spiritualist who's worked his way into the halls of power, is having seances with the president, first lady present, but also hanging out and drinking with the person who will eventually assassinate Lincoln. It's an incredible, crazy story. And for me, the other thing was just how deeply mediums and spiritualists got into the White House. I mean, they were there all the time, mostly because of Mary Todd and her belief in it, her strong belief in it, and her desire to connect with her son. But it went far beyond that. And there were powerful people throughout Washington, and not all this made the film, obviously, but there were powerful people throughout Washington who were devout spiritualists. So this was really, its tentacles spread everywhere.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I guess something else that I also found very, very interesting about this when it came to the Colchester and the Booth scenario. I know I ended up doing a little bit of research after I ended up watching the documentary just to find out more about it. And one thing that really struck me was the fact that, now I don't know if this is real or not, but from what I had read, they had said that he was also an actor and he may have acted with Booth himself, and that's how they sort of met.
Yep.
And then they would end up developing this sort of relationship. And I thought that was even wilder to me, because I'm like, you have this man going around acting as a medium, I guess it would make sense that he would also be an actor, perhaps putting on an act for the president.
Absolutely.
And Mary Todd Lincoln. So,
and it's a real thing. And again, our expert John Busher, he's basically his more or less full-time job for a while after he retired from being a professor, was collecting and archiving things, anything from the age of spiritualism. And so he knows everything about it, and he's able to find programs from the Ford Theater with Colchester on it. And so we know that's true. And there's also a story that Booth got into spiritualism after his sister-in-law, I believe, died. Someone in his family died, and so he then delved into spiritualism himself. And so you had people from all walks of life, all political spectrums, joining into this movement for different reasons. But it connected some pretty odd matches, obviously.
There's dark stuff there, as
There's
John
dark stuff
says in the film.
Yeah. That's right.
All right. Well, we are about to end it, but before we go, I want to get each of you to tell me what your favorite historical haunting is very quickly. Andrew, we'll start with you.
Again, I don't want to give up my best pitch, but I mean, I remember being a kid. I remember being a kid and visiting London for the first time and visiting the Tower of London. And even though it was very touristy and all that, people visiting, I could just feel, they're telling the ghost stories on the tour, but it felt, that was a pretty formative moment for me at like the age of 8, to be in a place where so many people had been, had met their ends, and you could just feel it.
That's fair. All right. I'm looking at you, Brooke.
I know. Wait, Chris, you go before me. I'm thinking.
Okay.
That's a tough one. I'll do a more broad. I'll cop out here.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Okay.
I spent years on the road doing paranormal shows across the country and even around the world. And I'm sort of a skeptic in nature, and so never particularly felt or experienced anything crazy. But there was, I feel like and there's certain magical places. Like I went to actually Peru and to this very remote mountain sanctuary, ancient sanctuary, where they used to take basically mescaline and go into a dark temple and turn into a jaguar. And they had this kind of crazy visual acoustic show, like as you would enter, it was very like high tech for the time to sort of transport you. But I will say, even though it's now, an archaeological site, when you go in there, it's the same thing with Andrew. You like really feel it.
Yeah.
You totally get it. you get how you could walk into that place and with the help of some substances, especially, you are really transformed. And this, it's always the interesting thing with supernatural and paranormal is like, at what point is this like science, psychology, pharmacology, and something else we can explain? And that line is always interesting to play with. And it's one of the things we want to play with the documentary is we don't know everything that we portrayed happened, but it's something that was in the air. And what if? It's just an interesting what if.
Yeah. All right.
I'm gonna go. This is only a slight cop out because it's from our film. It's from our film, but my favorite little portion of the film is the small tidbit that an investigator that was looking into the White House hauntings went down with the Titanic.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
That is wild.
That was very, very true. All right. Well, thank you everyone for attending. I just wanted to say, also, before we go, where can we find you guys all out on social media before we end up doing that? Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm just primarily on Twitter where I complain about the world. So I'm at Andrew Pyper on Twitter for the most, and my website is www.andrewpyper.com.
Okay, great, Chris.
I feel antiquated at this point. I don't really have social media presence as such, but sorry, could you hear that right there?
You have phone presence.
I have phone. I clearly have a phone presence. That was the universe telling me something. I don't necessarily have an online presence, but you can find things I've done throughout the years, paranormal programming, historical programming, for travel, for Discovery, Nat Geo, History Channel. That's where you can find me in my work.
All right. Brooke?
I'm not. My girlfriend's on TikTok, but I haven't figured it out. I'm brooklander.com. My email address is there. Send me notes on the documentary. I welcome all of it.
All right, excellent. Well, everyone, you can now watch Demon in the White House on the Discovery Plus network, and The Residents, which is the book by Andrew Pyper, is available now at the store.skybound.com or anywhere where books are sold. Thank you everyone for today. I think this has been a wonderfully fun discussion, and I'm gonna watch that documentary again.
Do it. Magnifying glass.
Second time.
Do it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that was creepy. I'm sufficiently creeped out. Almost as creeped out as I was with all the people crying in the Before Your Eyes game in the Game Awards.
Right.
That was, it's really funny. My boyfriend loves historical horror and paranormal podcasts and things like that. So he's absolutely gonna love this. Everybody talks about Lincoln. No one ever talks about Pierce. So I never knew that he lost all 3 of his children and that he went through all this stuff. That's just insane. So check out the shock doc Demon in the White House, which is streaming on Discovery Plus now. And you can pick up Andrew Pyper's The Residents today at store.skybound.com or by scanning that little QR code. But that's not the
For
only thing that we
sure.
have in the store, right, Eris?
No, we also got some other amazing books for you, like The Labyrinth, which is freaking dope. The last segment we did, I got confused. I said The Residents had great art. That's a novel. That's a novel. The Labyrinth has great art. Really, really gorgeous looking book. We also got The Art of the Walking Dead, which, come on, man, The Walking Dead, one of the biggest properties in all of comics. Fantastic. Why would you not want to take a closer look at The Art of the Walking Dead? And then the Clementine pre-order, which is going to be a big thing, guys. I can't stress that enough. Scan that QR code, get your pre-order in for Clementine, The Art of the Walking Dead, Labyrinth, all great, good reads. Trust me, you'll enjoy with gorgeous art.
Yeah, and it's so funny because that's been like a long-awaited comic. Like a lot of people have been waiting for
Yes.
Clementine's story to be told. I know you're a Walking Dead comic book fan. Is she one of your favorite characters?
She is, and it's so cool that she was like, I love when they create awesome characters that were first introduced in the games or the show first, and then they cross over and they're great in the book. So I'm very excited. I got a chance last Expo to talk to the writer of Clementine, so I'm really excited to actually get my hands and eyes on it and read it.
And so one of our favorite people is up next.
Yes, Attack Peter. I cannot wait to see all the cool stuff he's going to show, all the stuff he's probably going to reveal. You got to watch the panels, stuff that may be for sale, all that fun stuff.
And if he says anything's for sale, get in the store fast because it always goes immediately. And I also heard he had a special guest, but I don't know who that is. So I'm not even going to attempt to guess.
Anyone.
But
Yeah.
right, because listen,
maybe it's Santa.
Santa, right? I mean, look, in the Game Awards, I didn't expect half of those people to show up. So there's full of surprises here at the Skybound Holiday Expo. So yes, I'm excited to see whether or not we're gonna get another Daruma. And if you haven't already in the store, there is a Daruma that you can buy. I think there's some left. I haven't heard otherwise. So yeah, up next, you're definitely gonna want to check out Attack with Attack Peter.
Holiday Expo time. Wait, where's our live studio audience? Oh, the volume's up. There it is.
This wouldn't be an Attack Peter show. Unless there was a problem.
Wake them up one more time. Live studio audience. Hey-o! You just glue that button down.
I kind of wanted to.
Yeah. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Skybound Holiday Expo, and I'm your buddy Peter Santa Maria, aka Attack Peter, with my beautiful wife and the producer / engineer of this show, Gabby.
Hi.
So awesome to be here. This show is going to contain what I've been teasing at this point, the most generous and sizable, substantial, if you will, Attack Peter bonus print for an artist proof of one of our prints. So stay tuned for that. We also got a lot of cool Attack Peter stuff to talk about going forward. And I've been told, you guys didn't know this, but behind the scenes, it's Christmas and Skybound's super generous with me. They're always taking care of me, and they say, hey, is there anything you're excited about?
Your biggest wish for
if
this
you could
year,
have anything for Christmas this year. And I'm not, what more could I want? Like, I live in a nerd museum here with a beautiful wife. But I said, look, if he's not busy, if Robert Kirkman wants to stop by and give
I wish you guys could see his hands. He's doing
this. If Robert Kirkman wants to stop by and give us a little credibility boost, I'm sure that would pop off. Imagine all the trades. Robert Kirkman stops by on Attack Peter.
Right? No one would stop talking about it.
That would be the biggest news.
In at least in our little community.
For sure in our house.
Yeah,
like that would be the
at
biggest.
least in our house.
And I'm not promising anything, but there is talk that he might pop in, and there is a surprise guest on the line. I see it. I know it's there. So I'm going to put two and two together and assume that my holiday wishes were answered. So without any further ado, let us bring in the super surprise secret guest, Robert Kirkman. Robert Kirkman. Applause from the audience. Woo!
What up?
Hey guys, it's Brian.
Hey Brian, what's up, dude?
I may have screwed up, and I thought you wanted Kirkham, not Kirkman. So.
Oh.
You've got Big Clutch and not.
I got dressed up for this.
Oh,
I got my hat on. At least, I mean,
you've never looked better.
You look awesome.
I mean, appreciate it. Yeah, I'm super pumped. Like,
I mean, it's not Robert.
end of the year expo stuff, the holiday expo. Like, that's awesome.
We got a Kirk.
Yeah, it's
Kirk ham.
Kirk
ham, like the meal that you'll have on Christmas Day for if you celebrate that way, or if you want to put it in Cubano too, that works out as well. You know, like you got Kirk ham, but I'm not the Kirk man.
Yeah, in Cuban you'd be Kirk Lechong, which is what.
Kirk Lechong, let's go. I like that. Okay, good.
Well, look, it's
still great to have you here.
It's still pretty good, not bad. Listen,
still good to see you.
I say it's a win all around. Not Robert Kirkman, okay, but Sean knows Robert Kirkman, and that's still cool.
Kyron says like Robert Kirkman's like grandfather or something.
What's up, dude? Thank you so much for
joining. What's going on, dude?
Happy to have you. You know, for those of you who don't know out there, Sean's one of the, I always call him the ghosts of Christmas, past, present, and future.
Also future?
Yeah,
okay.
That visited me at DesignerCon 2019 and basically decided like, yeah, we got to have Attack Peter in the family. So it's always awesome to see you, dude. So all kidding aside, thanks, man. Appreciate you joining us. What's going on with you? I know you were just at a convention, dude.
Yeah, man, we got we rolled through Emerald City Comic Con, C2E2. It's been a busy end of the year. It's pretty crazy to have all the stuff kind of crammed in before the holidays and whatnot. So, yeah, good times.
How was it?
Cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, hey, let's have two conventions in early December in two of the coldest places in the States. So yeah,
yeah.
I've been wearing shorts for the past 18 months. So like I've worn jeans 6 times, and so this is definitely, I felt like my legs were being suffocated, strangled.
I love that image.
Yeah.
You know, the funny thing is when Gabby and I did DesignerCon recently, we realized, you know, yeah, it was like weird shaking off the rust and all that, and there was definitely a lot of things that we had to remember and relearn, but it was so awesome to see all of the people been supporting us all year long. You know, I think we counted 11 people specifically flew out to meet us.
Which is wild for us.
Crazy. Gabby signed autographs, and yeah, it was crazy. So I know for you, it must have been, you know, super exciting to see people because you're always doing CVL and connecting with people all, you know, like that all the time. Seeing them in person must have been awesome as well.
Yeah, a lot of, you know, I think I've been doing this for, you know, 11 years with Skybound on the road and in whatever fashion, but it was great to see people who you only see at conventions, and so you got to see some of those other road warriors out there, and then the CBL fans who came out, which was awesome. So yeah, really good time, and I think I've got my gardeners outside in case you can hear them right now too. So
I thought those were your reindeer getting ready to take you off to the next show. Revving up.
Hey, actually, his gardeners are the queue. There's actually someone else that wants to join this stream really quick. So
okay,
bring him in.
Bring him on in.
Courtney,
I don't know what you're supposed to do when the horns are going off. Is there like a?
Wait, you're not Sean Kirkham. No. What's up, man? Thanks for joining.
Hey, no, I'm just sitting here jealous of Sean Kirkham's beard, as I always am.
We all are. We all are.
I mean, you had a beard that was this epic at one point in time. There was a few. There's a couple set photos from The Walking Dead where you just had this massive, thick beard.
When we filmed the pilot of Outcast, I let it get pretty big, but it was never that big.
And I trimmed this recently too. Like I took it down a little bit and shaped it up. So yeah.
Well, thanks for signing on for Beard Talk here at Skybound. This is very exciting. Peter,
what's up,
this is
Robert?
great.
How you doing?
It's great to get to talk to you. You've been doing amazing stuff this year.
Thanks,
I've
man.
been loving it all. I'm particularly excited about, I don't think we're talking about it, but you're working on a piece right now that I've gotten to see some in progress parts of. That
Dude, yeah, it's
is
coming
really
out really
cool.
sick. Can't say too much about it. Be careful. I know you're one to reveal spoilers, but Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. It's nice. And thanks for, of course, allowing me to do some artwork in the past on Invincible. That was a huge dream come true. I'm glad you dug it. I know Ryan dug it. I saw him bring it to MegaCon, which was such a cool and surreal thing to see that artwork on the table of one of the best artists out there of all time doing it. That was crazy, man. So yeah. You know what's funny? Since I didn't expect you to be here, I'll tell you this. I met you at Comic-Con 2003 or 4, something like that.
2003 or 4. Wow.
Yeah. And yeah, it was like before all the hysteria, but I knew you because of iFanboy. You remember that show?
Yeah.
If anybody hasn't gone and looked up the Robert Kirkman interviews with iFanboy, that's some of the funniest stuff out there. And it's like early, like web 2.0, like, you know, podcast geekdom stuff. So it's so funny. One of the best things are there. Oh, Gabby, come back. Don't leave.
Did I leave?
Your channel.
Sorry.
If she leaves, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Yeah, that iFanboy stuff, that was back when you could just say whatever you wanted on the internet, and it's just like, fine.
You're still good. I checked a few of them. You're still good so far.
Oh, no,
canceled.
I don't think I did anything problematic. It's just I know that I would knock on like Marvel and stuff a little bit more than I would these days. Just because it's so polite.
That was good stuff. I loved it. That was like the WWE content we were looking for in the comic book industry.
I thought it was fun.
Absolutely, man. Well, dude, thanks, man. I don't know. Are you trying to get out of here soon? You're probably super busy too. You gonna hang for the whole stream?
How much longer is this thing going? I can hang out for a little bit.
Oh, cool. Okay, so let's see. What we're gonna do. Okay, so Oblivion song is coming up, unrelated to anything we're talking about. Like with the news that popped off with Oblivion song blew me away, dude. Can you, for people watching now, I know you probably talked about this a lot. Like, what can you talk about that? Because that's amazing news.
Oh, I can literally only say what's already been announced, which is that we're developing Oblivion song as a film with Dick Gyllenhaal. So I'm very excited about that.
Awesome.
And clip that out and put that on YouTube again, just so I look cool asking that question on YouTube. That's it. That's all I want.
You heard it here last.
Exactly. People know us for that.
Yeah,
amazing. Yeah. Fantastic. Well, thanks, man. So, yeah, I'll let you guys go because we got so much to get to. But Robert, dude, thanks for coming on, man. That's crazy.
Can we do the applause?
Anytime, man. Anytime. Since we're buds now, can I call you Attack?
It's Mr. Attack,
Yeah.
Mr. AP, you know.
Or just Sir.
Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah, our students used to call me Sir. Sir. But no,
right,
please never do that.
Thanks for having me.
All right, buddy. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Wow, what a cool freaking
Yay!
thing,
Wait,
yeah.
more applause. Yay!
Yeah. Appreciate it. All right. That's really
Wow,
good, dude. How cool is that, man? Skybound is awesome, dude.
Yeah, that actually freaked me out. Like I wasn't ready for
By
that.
the way.
I wasn't. I saw him down there in like the.
Oh, you did?
Like the queue up, but I was like, he's probably just watching to make sure that he wants to re-sign the contract and like keep signing your paycheck.
Oh my
and
God.
I was like, okay, whatever. I guess everybody on their best behavior. I didn't think he was actually gonna come
funny
in and talk
because
to
I
us.
was trying to surprise you with Sean not being Robert Kirkman, and then you saw him there in the preview because like
I did, but I really just thought like they just scheduled him to pop in and
That's
like
funny,
make
dude.
sure that we're not just sitting here like doing nothing.
Okay, so this is the fantasy life I get to live every day thanks to Skybound. It's
So
awesome
wild.
every day. Like even the hardest days with like meetings and like deadlines and all that kind of crazy stuff, it's still fantasy life that you get to live. So before we get into everything else, thank you, Skybound, for an amazing year and amazing, really almost 2 years at this point. We can't believe the life we get to live because of all the faith you've put in us and the push you give us. And it's crazy, dude. I keep thinking every day I'm gonna wake up and it's like one of those, like the end of Felicity, which we found out was a dream. We just found out.
Did you spoil it for a bunch of people?
You had time to watch it.
Before. I feel
Apparently,
like
the
it's
end of
one.
Felicity was a dream.
Yeah.
That's what I feel like. I feel like
Any
Felicity.
day now. We're both simultaneously gonna wake up from the same dream, like, no.
So cool. So yeah, so much to get to today because it's a holiday expo here at Skybound. Like I said, we got a brand new print reveal that you can only get as a part of the Ultraman AP set that's dropping today. So be ready for that. Before we get to that, if you don't watch our shows normally, if this is the first time checking out an Attack Peter stream, one of the biggest products we launched this year, like a passion project for sure, has been the Attack Peter Daruma, which there it is.
Ooh,
it's in focus, right? That's
yes,
good.
it's very
Yeah.
in focus.
So this is the first ever designer toy by yours truly in collaboration with Mighty Jax and Skybound. And I'm so stoked because this is one of my goals of my lifetime was to just release one figure, and we did it. in the first year at Skybound. And I'm so
All right,
stoked
hold
at
it up one more time for a strong applause.
Such strength. So yeah,
Look at that thing. It's amazing.
this thing's amazing. A lot of people who pre-ordered it got theirs already. Actually, everybody who pre-ordered it got it already.
Yeah, that was the exclusive for the pre-order.
Yeah,
correct?
and it now is available to ship immediately. So if you order, and I was told today by a trusted source in Skybound that if you pre-order or excuse me, order by December 14th, the Daruma will arrive before Xmas holidays. Okay,
Not
so
a bad gift idea.
keep that in mind. It is there. It's awesome. They're all numbered and it's official. So check it out.
They
Get
come,
the
they come,
Daruma.
I think, with a certificate of authenticity.
They come with
Wow,
a sweet
that was
box.
hard. They also come with
Yeah.
a sweet box.
Attack Peter Daruma. It's this big bombastic red, which features the original print design that influenced the whole thing. So everybody who's got one, who's been posting pictures online, knows the thing is a big boy. He's thick with 2 C's, they say.
Yes.
A
Wow.
chunk,
Chunk.
and it's
A
got
chunk with a soft.
a chunklet. So yeah, and it's got the Japanese term kogeki, which means attack. So yeah, check it out. If you haven't picked up one, I can't tell you enough. This is like an awesome cornerstone piece. And if you've gotten any of the Daruma prints in the past or any of my design work, printmaking work, screen prints, it goes awesome like hand in hand to have it because it's got all the good texture from that you see and find in my prints, the patterning. If you look real close at the face, there's like carve marks to emulate the tooling carve look of the linoleum I work on. And so it's just badass, man. I love this thing. And I love when I know what we put out is awesome because I get to brag about it and feel good. So pick up a Daruma today and get it for the holiday.
Very nice. Love that thing.
Now, there
What
is
else?
another
What
thing
else
that
have
we
we got?
recently dropped, which I'm super hyped about. Okay. And I'll probably going to ask for art cam in a second. So just hang tight if you're listening, art people in the back. The Attack Peter, first ever Attack Peter pin set, the Kaiju collection is awesome. So let's go to art cam so you guys can take a look at this. Whoop.
So cool.
Yeah, there it is. And so this is the first ever official pin release of my original Kaiju design. So you got little baby Takuro, you got the demon, gigantic demon turtle, Akukame, you've got Phil the Space Yeti, and you got Gola Kiri. And check these out because these are not just, oh, did we freeze? We're still there?
Your art came froze a
Come
little bit,
on,
but
art
that's
cam.
okay.
There you go. It's
There
getting a
you
little
go.
lagadocious.
Well, you know,
Come on.
that's all right.
All right, then we'll go back to regular cam and I can show it there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, wait, are we back? Okay.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, these are so, when I got these in hand, I'm like, these came out so good. And I was a little nervous because there's so much detail in these designs that when you shrink something down, I was like, there's no way they're going to be able to pull it off. Is it in focus?
Yeah, hold it a little
Let me
farther
just
away
leave
from
it.
the
Yeah, let me do
camera,
this.
and there you go.
Does that look-
That's not, yeah, she's fine.
It looks like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Fine.
All right,
Just leave
well,
it right there.
Yeah, so they're, oh, that's not gonna kill me. Let's go back to regular cam. I can do it. Regular cam.
Yeah,
So-
your regular camera is a lot better at showing detail anyway. Oh, maybe.
There
Yeah,
it
there you
is.
go. There you go.
Yeah, so we
Look at that.
collaborated with one of the best, or I would say the best company in pin production, Yesterday's.
Yeah,
And
they make awesome pins.
they make some of the best pins I've ever seen, period, in terms of getting all the detail in. And so with these pins, you're basically getting a tiny reproduced version of my larger prints. But most importantly,
You get baby Takuro.
that's it. You get baby Takuro.
Oh, look at that.
And it's really awesome. They did black on white enamel, so it literally looks like the print. It's not like the silver reflective look. It looks like my prints. These are so freaking badass. And the whole set is now available at the Skybound shop. And again, I think if you order before the 15th, I've been told they
That it will
arrive.
get there for Christmas.
And this is an awesome gift. It's $20. You get all 4 of these premium pins. The packaging is awesome too. So if you're like one of those people who like to keep them like in the packaging, it looks like an awesome piece of art. But yeah, this is like a rad stocking stuffer. If you got like one of those white elephant parties where like it's a $20 limit, don't spend more than that. This is a like super substantial gift and an awesome way to maybe introduce some of your friends to my artwork and my designs that you've been a fan of, and now they can easily
Get their own.
get their own.
Collect them all.
Gotta catch them all. Let's trademark that.
Oh,
Let's
now,
get-
now,
we'll
today,
take that.
yeah.
We'll
Okay,
take
we'll
that.
take, we'll take it.
We'll take that, Skybound. Gotta catch them all. But yeah, man, so excited about that because we go to conventions all the time, and everybody always has these badass pins. And we get, we'll pick up some. We'll get, some as gifts or trades or whatever.
This is like the first time that your original pieces have been turned into
Yes.
pins before, so
Yeah.
it's really exciting to see your creations.
Yeah.
Conceptualized as a pin.
Yeah,
Did I say that right?
conceptualized.
Did
Gotta
I say
catch
that
them
right?
all.
Gotta catch them all.
And so, and so you can put them, we're going to be stoked to go to conventions and have these
Yeah.
on our little lanyards and stuff like that. I'm so stoked on it. Whenever we transcend into a new medium like that, come on.
There it is.
I get super hyped because it's just legitimized.
I just
Tucker.
love how
Compressed, yeah.
detailed those
Oh,
little
yeah.
pins are. Like, it's crazy to think that those tiny details actually were able to be put on a pin without losing a lot of that.
Shout out to our buddy Quan at
Yeah.
yesterday's, man. You guys kill it every time.
Yeah, it's so
Amazing company. Yeah, and
Mhm.
so Attack Peter Kaiju Collection.
I also really
available.
love that ASMR that's
The
going
little
on with
crinkling?
the crinkling of the plastic. Man, that's scratching a weird part of my brain. I really like that. Yeah.
Everything at the Attack Peter stream. Okay, so with that,
Okay, so we've covered
aside,
Daruma.
we covered Daruma.
We've covered the pins.
We've covered the pins.
What's next?
What's next is we have an Ultraman AP print drop. So if you know me, you know I love my giant monsters and kaiju, and one of the heroes of the kaiju universe is Ultraman.
Is Ultraman? Let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
Would Ultraman be considered a kaiju?
I mean,
he's very large.
they throw him in the genre, but kaiju
they?
technically stands.
Who is they? Is there a council?
The greater they.
Is there a kaiju
The Council of Elder
Okay.
Kaiju Statesmen and
Okay,
Women. Yeah.
gotcha,
so
gotcha.
the idea is that he fights kaiju, and he's an alien from outer space.
Right, but being that he's a giant alien from outer space,
Yeah.
does that make him?
Sure, why not? Look,
Or do we just consider him like a hero?
he's a big hero.
He's a big hero.
Yeah, big hero one.
Big hero.
One guy. So yeah. So then
Let's trademark that.
Trademark it.
Let's
Big
see how
Hero
that
one.
goes.
Let's
Sure, why not try?
get as much as you can trademark now. And so yeah, so I love Ultraman. I've been so excited because earlier this year, if you didn't know, we released a print featuring Ultraman beating up on Alien Bolton, which you can see in the graphic, which I'm sure is popping up soon. And it's these guys.
Bolton, man.
Yeah, Bolton.
Give Bolton a little bit more camera
Look
time
at that.
there. There you go. Look at that.
It's funny because his voice is oh.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I don't remember it being that deep.
Yeah, it's super deep. And look at the red and green for Christmas, right?
Oh.
So yeah, so Ultraman's whooping up on Alien Bolton in this print. And it's funny that when I released it, people were stoked on the impact of the punch and all that kind of stuff. I based the whole pose and the design of this print on UFC fight screenshots that I could find online.
Which
So
we watch so much.
we don't watch it. I do like it. I do like it. I just don't
We
have time
get
to
it.
watch
We get it. We get it. We get
My
it.
problem is I can't get anywhere on time to schedule something. But the point is, they were based on real ass whoopings from the UFC, and Ultraman. The cool thing about him is he does not do ranged combat. He goes right up
No,
on
he goes
you,
up in for the kill.
chokehold, body slam. Doesn't matter who you are. So the print sold out when we released it with Nakatomi Inc., our
course
partner
it
on
did.
this project. Sold
Of course
out.
it did.
It was 100 copies, all sold out. Thankfully, I have the ability to bring you APs, aka artist proofs, basically like my first printings of it. And today we are releasing 40 of them. But that's not the news.
That
okay?
isn't the news.
That's not the news. The news is not that we're releasing 40 Ultra.
Uh-oh, we lost him. You did.
By the way.
You just faded away.
Yeah. By the way, here is the carving. I'm gonna move back a little bit so I can see this.
Yeah, there you go.
Here is the carving of Ultraman.
There you go. Hold it up in front of your face. We don't need to see your face.
Oh,
We need
okay.
to see. There you
Is
go.
that good?
Yeah, stop trying to cram your face into this. You don't need to be side by side. Look, it's me. I'm the one who did this.
I do this
Just-
again, and it's Robert Kirkman here. Surprise, Gabby!
Oh my!
I was here the whole time. You thought I was just monitoring the
You see me
quality.
on camera pass out.
So yeah, this is the carving that was used to make these prints. And I especially want you to see the size of this because this is the size of most of my larger prints. They're 18 by 24 prints
Big
on
boys.
a big piece of 20 by 30 Locta paper, which is handmade as well. And normally when I do these artist proof bonus prints,
Normally, this is what we've been doing.
they range like this is the size they normally range. Like originally I did these for the Godzilla prints I did. This little Gigan print, the big popular print, did this Mecha Godzilla, and you get the size. They're about like 6 inches long, about two and a half inches.
Like hand size.
Yeah, this one's
maybe a little bigger.
This one's bigger.
Right.
You know, the Jet Jaguar print,
Mhm.
Godzilla and Minya, they're bigger. And these were the biggest ones we had done. The alien prints we did were pretty long, like that
Those
as
were
well.
those were real popular.
Yeah,
People
super
love
popular.
those big ones.
But being that it's the holiday season, it's Christmas, yada yada yada, holiday Kwanzaa, anything you're Hanukkah, all the good
Or
stuff,
just
time
the-
celebrate.
with the winter solstice.
Oh, it could be a
Uh-huh.
solstice celebration. I decided, let's go big.
Go big or go home.
Let's be generous. Tis the season. Trademark that. Tis the season to be extra generous. Do more than what you were called to do. So
give back to the people.
give back. So
We kind of took that to the next level.
if this is the largest of the Godzilla stamps I had done so far, okay, I have to zoom back more for this. Let me see.
Yeah, there you go. Stand back. Stand back. There you go. Perfect.
Here is the size of today's.
Speak into your microphone.
Here is the size of today's bonus print. Look at
It
that.
is
It is
three
literally
times.
1,
Yeah, so
2, 3, 4.
plus four. Oh, 4 times
Yeah.
as big.
Remainder.
4X.
Yeah. And so that is the size of today's bonus print. I'm going to reveal it now by way of, I'm going to ask for a time check from Brian in the sky. Do we have time to?
6 minutes. 6 minutes.
What are we at? 6 minutes?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to do a demo while, let's see, what should I do? A demo? Yeah, let's do a demo. Let's do a demo.
That's what
Okay.
the people want. You can
I'm
do it
gonna-
in 6 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to do it in 6 minutes.
You
I'm
gotta,
gonna-
you gotta, you gotta.
We're going to move.
You gotta move.
I'm going to ink up this secret bad boy. Do not go to Arcan, whatever you guys
No,
do.
please do not go to Arcan. In the meantime,
Yes.
we will.
Oh, we gotta
talk about.
Oh, you know what? Go to the end of the year video while I print this up. What do you guys think about that, producers in the sky?
I think that's a great idea.
Let's go to the end of the year video while I print this up. We get to have Brian Volkweiss back on attack.
Hey!
What up,
More
dude?
applause. Wait, no, not buzzer. Applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Eric Powell. Hey, Tom Whalen, what
Hey,
up? Round of applause for Greg Ruth, everybody. Hector! James Grubbin!
Yay, we did it!
We're ready, let's bring him in. Terry Dodson. Hey!
Look how cute these cards are. The illustrations are incredible.
I love that. Look at this amazing copy of Fangoria that Jason sent me in the mail.
And so here's Peter's house. Naturally.
This is the original Batman movie trading card set, dude. Life size, bro. The childhood dream. All right, so that was amazing. I can't believe we had all that fun this year and change. What a celebration, that video. Thank you to the folks at Skybound who put it together for us. I got to show you this print reveal now. It's super exciting. So let's go to ArtCam. Okay, here it comes. This is the largest bonus print ever in Attack Peter history. Here we go. Gango, live audience sound effects reacting. There it is. Boom.
Man, that thing is amazing.
It's big boy. Gango, my favorite Ultraman villain.
Is he really your favorite?
Yeah, for sure. From Ultraman is no question. I have like 10 Gango
Not,
figures.
not Bemilar?
No. Gango is the best. And so this print is
Look at him.
basically a full size of the smaller prints that we reveal that we release every once in a while, 15 by 20. And it's free if you pick up the special edition Ultraman print today. So awesome. I hope you guys dig it. It's got so
Another round
much
of applause.
goodness. Yes. Look at all the little details on it. Go to our cam real quick so we can show some of the details. And then so check this out. So there's like Ultraman right there, crouching to protect these little civilians on top of the building.
They are.
As Gango erupts from the background and the smoke and the stars. And Ultraman's like, hi.
Do
Just like blocking.
those like pincer claws actually move? Do they like?
Yeah, they're like.
Or
little...
are they static? Because
Look,
it would
right
be
here.
funnier if they were static.
Here's the real Gango right here. See? Look at that face, dude.
To the left.
Gango. And so, yeah, it's got all that good detail. I'm super stoked on this. This is the most we've ever done for a bonus print. People are going to be jelly of this one. And only 40. They'll be signed, stamped, the whole deal
Signed,
as
sealed,
usual.
delivered?
Yes.
Trademark
So
that.
only if you pick up the Ultraman AP. I think that's going to do it for us, you guys. Whole lot of stuff. The Daruma, the pins. Holy crap, Robert Kirkman came to hang
I
out with
know.
us. And Sean Kirkham, Sean Kirklichong, which
We'll
is we're
take
calling him now.
Kirklichong.
His official Cuban name.
Yes.
Yeah, amazing. What a Christmas miracle. So awesome. Thank you guys for joining us. I hope you had fun. And stay tuned because there's still more to come this year. I'll see you guys soon.
Bye.
Peace.
Man,
I'm
Attack
stunned.
Peter is such a talented dude. It's
Oh my
insane.
God.
The stuff he has. I'm actually a really big I'm a big fan of kaiju as well. Not as big as Attack Peter, but I'm a fan. I do love me some giant monsters kaiju. So man, the fact that we're getting the Ultraman print, but he's also gonna throw in the bonus Gango print that's from like the artist proof, and it's huge. It's like 4 times the size and stuff. That's a steal. I mean, look at that. It's on the
It is-
screen right now. It is beautiful.
It's stunning. And the fact that we saw him like reveal it was just so incredible.
Mhm.
And everybody, if you want this, how many? There's not that many. Like what, 40 or something?
Or 40 or something, I believe is what he said. Yeah, so these are gonna fly.
Yeah, 40. So hurry, use this QR code on the screen right now to get your hands on this print because this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
His work is incredible.
Yeah, that too. The Daruma figure is really, really cool, and it's just so cool. Like, I love seeing people like accomplish their dreams. And he was saying like he always wanted to do his own designer figure, and this is the first one. I hope this is the first of many. I love that it's an awesome looking statue, and I'm just a fan of people accomplishing their goals. So like, good for him. Good for you, Peter. Good for you.
We're all really happy for him. Also, I just want to give a shout out to Gabby because Gabby keeps his streams
She does, holds it
running
down.
and keeps it.
Yeah.
Yes, she does. She is the brains behind that operation. So shout out to Gabby. I'm just gonna give Gabby her flowers for a second. But yeah, I'm that the way he had like the size of those kaijus and I remember when I did one of the previous expos that the image that he did with the fight just that went so quickly. Also, yes, the
Right.
Daruma is like I'm trying to get my hands on that, and these pins, those pins look
The pins
amazing.
are really cool.
Those
Like he
pins
was
look like
saying, too,
prints.
They do. He was saying he was nervous that like the detail wasn't going to translate in such a small pin, but it totally does. He was showing them up close and stuff on his artist cam. They look great. And like also he was talking about that's going to be a great stocking stuffer, and you can get it right now by scanning that QR code that's on the screen. It'll bring you right to it, as well as that awesome T-shirt right there, the mug, the Daruma, all that great stuff.
And if you're having trouble with the QR code, definitely go to store.skybound.com. And don't forget, there's 30% off a lot of the things that we're showing you today on screen. Don't get upset if you don't see the discount right away. It's in your cart. Remember, you got to go to the
Right.
cart to see some of the discount on some of the things. Now, obviously, we're also like sort of burying the lead here with both Big
Yeah.
Clutch and Robert Kirkman showing up,
Uh-huh.
which was kind of hilarious.
Kurtman just I love how they're like he's like, oh yeah, Kurtman, we're gonna bring him on. Not him, the clutch, right? He's like,
Right.
he's probably like, oh man. He's like, you're cool and all, but I was hoping it was the man, Kurtman. And then just like, a few seconds later or whatever, they bring him on. Kurtman's such a nice dude, man. I've had the pleasure of talking to him in the past myself, and he is such a down-to-earth dude, especially for all the success he's had and stuff. Love the guy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But up next, it is what a lot of people have been waiting for: Movie Trivia Schmoedown, the holiday horror match. I was teasing Krampus earlier, but we really might have some Krampus. Participating today we've got Alonso Duralde. I hope I said that right. Patrick Campbell, Michael Varrati. Michael's actually a horror expert. Know him from other stuff.
So he's gonna know his
Bryce,
stuff.
yes, he will. Andrew Furtado and Andres Gallego, or Gallego. I don't know how I'm supposed to. I don't want to mispronounce people's names.
You're right.
But I'm excited because this is. I don't know if this is the last Schmoedown of the year, but this is the last Schmoedown with
For the
Skybound of
the expo,
of the year. Yeah. And
I'm
I'm hearing it is the last of the year. Wow. So are all of you ready?
It's gonna be one for the holiday books, the holiday horror books, if you will.
Nice. Nice. But don't forget store.skybound.com to buy all the stuff that we've been talking about today. You even be doing a little shopping while you're watching Movie Trivia Schmoedown. But definitely check this out, and I'm gonna go back and fight with Aris over these plushies because
For sure, we need to get our
happen.
hands on them. But also, I
And
need
the
the Roomba now.
and that invincible hat. I'm getting that invincible hat. Go watch
Dude,
Movie
the hoodie
Trivia
and the shirt.
Schmoedown.
To the powers that be that are listening, hoodie and shirt.
Enjoy movie Trivia Schmoedown.
Hello, everyone out there at the Skybound Holiday Expo. Welcome to the Movie Trivia Schmoedown. I'm PJ Campbell. With me today is Alonso Duralde, and I am excited because we are here to do the Skybound Schmoedown Holiday Horror Exposition match.
Yeah,
I don't know about you guys, man, but I love horror movies. My friend next to me, Alonso, he loves Christmas movies. This is a match made in heaven for us.
Absolutely. I even did an entire chapter about horror movies in my book, Have Yourself a Movie Little Christmas. Not usually my flavor, but I find that at this time of year, if you throw enough eggnog, peppermint, or gingerbread into anything, I will eat it. So here we are.
Or even Ginger Dead, some might say.
That
Wink,
also
wink.
works.
But I'm really excited, man, because like you, I love Christmas time, but I've always been a horror fan. So I felt like this year we had to celebrate the spooky side of the season. And we have some very fun competitors for you guys today to kind of have that play out. So I don't know if you're ready, Alonso.
Oh, yeah. Let's make it happen.
All right, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Movie Trivia Schmoedown. Introducing first, the magician, Michael Varrati.
Hello, hello. Excited to be here, answer some questions, play some reindeer games.
Welcome, Michael Varrati, for your debut in the Schmoedown universe. It's exciting to have you here. You are well-versed in both horror and Christmas, so I think even though you're coming into this with a clean slate, people need to get ready for your depth and well of knowledge.
I hope so, Alonso. I hope so.
Yeah, we're really excited to have you, Michael. Thank you for taking time out today to be part of the Skybound Expo.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here.
And contestant number 2, representing the FCL. He is Andrew, the real one, Furtado.
Everyone get ready because I'm bringing you to a holiday hell.
This is a family show, Andrew.
In a Die-Hard sweater. But it's still a Christmas movie, and I'm coming in with hot takes like that this whole show.
Perfect. We're really glad to have you.
Contestant number 3, representing the FCL. He is Andres the Ghost Gallego.
What up, guys?
We're really happy to have you, Andres.
Oh no, dude, I'm really excited to come by and do this. But you know, I had a little bit of a dream last night that basically during this match was going to be visited by 3 spirits. So let's see how that plays out.
And finally, contestant number 4, representing the Movie Trivia Schmoedown. She is the 2021 Ultimate Schmoedown single semifinalist. She is Janine the Machine.
Hey guys, I love holiday, I love horror. We'll see if I can bring the two together. So I'm ready to get in the spirit.
Is that a machete?
Perhaps.
But it's festive.
Yes.
Festive machete. Okay.
It matches my sweater.
We like it. We like it. That's awesome. All right. And with that, our competitors are here. I will go ahead and give you guys the rules of round number 1 in this holiday horror exhibition match. Each competitor will be getting 6 different questions from different quarters of the holiday horror Schmoedown universe. There will be no penalty for missing a question in round 1, and there is no stealing in round 1. Wink, wink. Competitors have 15 seconds to write down their best attempt at writing their answer on the whiteboard. Once we ask you by name or nickname, please show what you wrote to the camera while verbalizing your answer into the microphone. Each competitor will have 3 uses of the JTE rule during the match. If you aren't sure you heard a question right, or you need to buy yourself another 15 seconds, use your repeat. With that, we are good to go. So I'm going to start with Michael. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Janine, are you ready?
Ho, ho, ho. Let's go.
Andreas?
The Galagos of Christmas Past is ready to go.
And Furtado.
This is an eggnog, my friends, but I'm ready.
Then let's get ready to Schmoedown. Administering the first question will be Alonso.
Alrighty, kicking us off, Sophia Takal directed this 2019 holiday slasher film, which is the second remake of a 1970s film.
I don't know about you, Alonso, but there's something just so cheerful about a slasher film set at Christmas.
Well, you know, I always like to say that if you really want to show off a blood spray, there's nothing like a pristine snowbank for that kind of thing.
I could not agree with you more. All right, pens down, and we are going to start with Michael. That is correct. And Michael, just remember to verbalize your answer as well if you could for us.
Black Christmas 2019.
Perfect. Janine?
Black Christmas.
Awesome. Andreas?
Black Christmas.
And Andrew?
Just like my heart on a New York night, it's a Black Christmas.
These people are in the spirit. We had a perfect first question out the gate. Question number 2. This 2010's holiday horror comedy features performances from Toni Collette, Conchetta Ferrell, and David Koechner. Man,
we lost Conchetta Ferrell this year or last year, recently, I know, and a great character actress.
She's great.
She was she was the other end of Bite Me Krispy Kreme from Erin Brockovich. She's a network.
Hands down. I could not agree with you more. I had to make sure we shouted her out in the match because we missed Conchetta. We're going to start with Dean.
Krampus.
That is correct. Andres?
Krampus.
Excellent. Andrew?
I got pains in my leg, also known as a Krampus.
And Michael?
I went with Krampus as well.
Excellent. 2, 2, 2, and 2 across the board.
Alrighty, so here's a film release date question. I know that's everybody's favorite. What year saw the release of Gremlins?
I'm going to say that it was before I was born, Alonzo.
I had a hunch you would, and I don't even want to get into it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, and we are going to start with Andreas.
1984.
That is correct. Andrew?
I would be awful if I got this wrong. My dog is a gremlin. It's 1984.
My dogs are also gremlins. That is correct. Michael?
Also 1984.
Excellent. And Janine?
The year of my birth, 1984.
And you don't look a day over 1990.
And the year I graduated from high school. Let's talk about that today.
All right, the fourth question. Who stars as Jericho Kane, who must protect an innocent young woman who has been chosen to conceive the Antichrist in the 1990s horror action film End of Days? See, we got to get a little bit of action into here too, though. You know, there's a little bit of horror, but it works. I like when we can cross that.
You know, the idea of an Antichrist in a Christmas game, it's sort of like a Very Merry Unbirthday. You know?
I absolutely. I love where your head is at. Of course. Who stars as Jericho Kane, who must protect an innocent young woman who has been chosen to conceive the Antichrist in the 1990s horror action film End of Days?
I feel like such a ding dong. I wasted that.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but
I thought you wanted the lady's name.
That's why you gotta listen, Andrew.
Look, that's not my strong suit.
4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. All right, we're gonna start with the ding dong.
Well, pardon my spelling. I spelled jerk wrong. It's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
That is correct. Michael?
The Terminator himself, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Excellent. Janine?
I had no idea how to spell that, but Arnold Schwarzenegger.
We're gonna give it to you and Andrea.
I'm so sorry for spelling it wrong, sir.
Arnold
May the Schwartz be with you, Calico.
And we're still perfect. 4 across the board for everyone.
All right, this 1980 slasher film starring Brandon Maggart follows a toy factory worker who embarks on a Yuletide killing spree.
It sounds so festive when you say Yuletide, literally in anything, including
it's amazing the things that you can attach it to, and suddenly it's, you know,
it almost sounds family friendly that way.
It's breezy, it's holiday friendly. You know, the holly is in the corners. You know,
2, 1, absolutely.
Can I get a repeat, please? Sorry,
absolutely.
sorry.
No, that's all right. All right, Alonzo,
Oh, sorry. Yes, this 1980 slasher film starring Brandon Maggart follows a toy factory worker who embarks on a Yuletide killing spree.
And I have to agree with PLD in the chat. Alonzo, you just make everything sound cheerful all the time.
Great.
You're catching me on a good day.
It's always a good day when we're around you.
I can also drag things down to the depths if I feel hard.
3, 2, 1. No, I don't think I think that's more of like a 4th of July thing, and we're talking about Jaws. All right, we're going to start with Michael.
The movie is Christmas Evil, originally titled Better Watch Out.
That is correct. Janine?
Christmas Evil.
Excellent. Andres?
Didn't get it. I wrote The Devil's Dolls.
All right. And Andrew?
This, I feel like I should fight for this because he was also a disgruntled toy worker. He just happened to be also psychologically insane. Silent Night, Deadly Night. I feel like I could fight for this.
He's a toy store worker, and the question specifically says toy factory worker.
Hey man, factories, toys, they're all the same thing back then.
But I admire the moxie.
Only one of them is Fiona Apple's dad, too.
Exactly.
Exactly.
If you didn't put the star's name in it, I would fight for it. But I can't think that.
We're moving on to the last question, and we now have a 5-point tie between Michael and Janine. They are on the cusp of a perfect round. Last question. This 2016 holiday horror film features performances from Patrick Warburton, Olivia DeJonge, and Levi Miller. I just want horror holiday movies every year, Alonzo. I wish that we got more.
Oh, if you dig deep enough, we get them every year. It's just a question of, do they go direct to the deepest corners of streaming?
Yeah. And of course, Michael, this 2016 holiday horror film features performances from Patrick Warburton, Olivia DeJonge, and Levi Miller.
I am very excited about the Krampus director's cut that Scream Factory is putting out.
I am too. I have it
early December.
ready to go. I cannot wait.
Wait, that's a thing?
Yes,
Yeah,
it
it
is.
just came out on 4K.
4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, and we're going to start with Janine on this one.
I love this movie. Better watch out.
Janine gets the perfect round. Andreas?
You better watch out.
All right. Andrew?
I got it wrong.
All right.
Because it's a terrible movie.
It is not a terrible movie.
So good.
I will totally admit I didn't know. It was Happy Christmas. Warburton is over. I have no idea. So.
I almost want to give him the point just for the answer. That's so good.
Good one. Well, it's easy to confuse Better Watch Out with You Better Watch Out, which is the alternate title of Christmas Evil. But yeah, that's where we are.
All right. And Janine, you ended up with the perfect round. You have earned yourself a bonus question and a chance to be up by 2 points going into the second round. Alonzo, if you would like, you can read that bonus question.
Now, since this is just Janine, she can just say the answer, right? Not have to write it?
That is correct.
All right, Janine, exclusively for you, your bonus question on round one. How many films in the Silent Night, Deadly Night film franchise were theatrically released?
Oh, that's tough. I'm gonna go with 4.
Sorry, the correct answer is 3.
Look what you did, you little jerk.
If you see Santa coming, you better run.
So with that, we have Janine in the lead at 6 points going into the second round. Michael is going to be in second with 5, tied with Andreas, and Furtado with 4. With that, that will lead Janine to being able to spin the wheel first. But first, let's get to the rules. Each competitor is going to get a spin at the virtual wheel. Once you settle on a category, you are going to get 3 questions from that particular realm. Don't like what you land on the first time, you can spin again, but you must stick with that second choice. Each question is worth 2 points, unless you need multiple choice. We will give you 4 options, one of which I am told by PLD is the correct answer. At that point, the value of the question will go down to 1. With that, Janine, you have the chance to spin first at the wheel. Would you like to go first or defer?
I will defer.
All right, so we move over to Andreas. That have you. Would you like to spin?
Actually, I'm the Galagos of Christmas present right now, so can we just get that right, please? Anyways, you know what? You know what? I'm going to defer. I'm going to defer as well.
All right, so we're going to move over to Michael then. He is deferred to you. Would you like to spin, or would you like to defer?
I will defer this time, yes.
All right, Andrew, there's no one for you to defer to, so you will be spinning first.
I will defer.
We cannot do that.
What happens to a spin deferred?
Same thing that happens to everything else.
As we say in the FCL, it's going for a whirl. Well, I don't say it because it's stupid.
And we have landed on the 1980s. Andrew, would you like to stay with it or spin again?
Staying with that. That's the decade.
All right, 1980s it is. Alonzo will be going ahead and giving you your questions in this round.
All right, in 1980s, your first question. This Scream Queen starred alongside Ben Johnson and Hart Bachner in the 1980 New Year's Eve slasher film Terror Train.
Jamie Lee Curtis. Great film.
That is correct.
David Copperfield doesn't just deliver very much.
Magic tricks in a movie. Anybody could do that. All right. Your second question in 1980s. In one of her earliest roles, Helen Hunt features as a department store elf in this 1984 sci-fi horror film featuring the characters Jack Death and Martin Whistler.
don't open till Christmas?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect.
All right, so everyone on the panel, we will repeat the question and you will write down your attempted answer.
In one of her earliest roles, Helen Hunt features as a department store elf in this 1984 sci-fi horror film featuring the characters Jack Death and Martin Whistler.
Four, three, two, one. Pens down. We'll start with Michael.
I'm quite fond of this movie. It is Trancers.
That is correct. Janine?
Didn't have it.
And Andres.
All I heard was Wensler, so I just kept saying not Blade.
That is correct. It is not Blade. Unfortunately, that is not worth 2 points.
Nice 2-point steal for Michael. Your third and final question in 1980s. In Gremlins, who voices the adorable Mogwai named Gizmo that Bill gets for Christmas?
He doesn't handshake. He gives a fist bump. It's Howie Mandel.
It is Howie Mandel.
And I know that because I sold him a massage chair.
All right.
Now you're just bragging.
Yeah, I was going to say, you just want to pick up that name you just dropped there, or?
Absolutely not. I'm leaving it on the floor next to my sold massage chair.
All right, we're going to go back to Janine now. It is your turn to spin the wheel. Would you like to spin, or do you want to defer?
Let's go for it. I'll spin. Why not?
All right, Janine will spin that wheel. The 2000s, Janine.
Is that 2000s or 2010s?
2010s?
Oh, 2010s. 2010s. I'm sorry. Even your glasses, I can't see, guys.
Yeah, I'll go for it.
All right, we're gonna stick with 2010s for Janine. I'll be administering the questions. Your first question: Sam Worthington plays the lead role of Ray Monroe in this 2019 horror thriller from director Brad Anderson.
Multiple choice, please.
All right. Multiple choice options. Is it A, escape room, B, fractured, C, antisocial, or D, better watch out?
Can I get the multiple choice again, please?
Of course. One free multiple choice repeat. A, escape room, B, fractured, C, antisocial, or D, better watch out?
I'm gonna go with B.
B as in boy is correct. Fractured for 1 point. Your second question: Who plays the lead role of Sheriff James Cooper, the Sheriff of Crier, in 2012's Silent Night?
Multiple choice, please.
Is it A, Malcolm McDowell, B, Bruce Campbell, C, Jeffrey Combs, or D, Timothy Hutton?
Can I just get a repeat of the whole question, please?
Of course. Who plays the lead role of Sheriff James Cooper, the Sheriff of Crier, in 2012's Silent Night? Is it A, Malcolm McDowell, B, Bruce Campbell, C, Jeffrey Combs, or D, Timothy Hutton?
I'll go with C.
C, Jeffrey Combs, is incorrect. So for a 1 point steal for everyone else, who plays the lead role of Sheriff James Cooper, the Sheriff of Crier, in 2012's Silent Night? Is it A, Malcolm McDowell, B, Bruce Campbell, C, Jeffrey Combs, or D, Timothy Hutton?
This is where the tension really kicks in.
Every time. 4, 3, 2, 1. Looks, I don't even have to say pens down. We're going to start with Andres.
Is it D, Timothy Hutton?
That is incorrect. We'll go to Andrew.
The Golden Arches himself, Malcolm McDowell.
That is correct. And Michael.
I had Timothy Hutton as well, so I was wrong.
No, that's good. A big steal for Andrew there for 1
Yeah.
point. But look, Timothy Hutton
big
would have
waste
been
of time
as
for
good
that
in the movie. Let's be honest.
If
So,
not better.
if not better. Look, arguably Bruce Campbell would have been too, but that's beside.
I don't want to say the words phoning it in when it comes to an icon like Malcolm McDowell, but he didn't even pick up the phone. My God.
The final question in the realm of the 2010s for Janine. What Stranger Things actor appears in Better Watch Out as Ashley's ex-boyfriend, Jeremy?
Dr. Montgomery.
Correct for 2 points. Janine did very well. Had a tough second question, but she got through it. Now we're going to move to Andreas. Would you like to spin first or defer?
Let's spin it.
All right. Bring that wheel up.
Everyone had a chance to defer but me. This is bull.
Sir, I'm going to need you to calm down. It's the holidays.
Deferring is overrated.
Where's your Christmas spirit, Andrew?
Look, I don't like white elephant gift exchanges, man. Just give me the gift and move on.
Famous actors and actresses.
Why not? Let's do it.
All right. Famous actors and actresses it is. This will be administered by Mr. Alonso. And there was a note for you here, Andrew. You should have done better in round 1, and you wouldn't have had to been able to not defer.
They're gonna melt snow with that burn.
Who said that?
All right, famous actors and actresses. Your first question: which actor voiced and did the motion capture for Scrooge in Robert Zemeckis' A Christmas Carol?
Alrighty then, it is Jim Carrey.
Alrighty then is correct for 2 points. Your second question: which actress who appeared in the original Superman franchise also appeared in the original Black Christmas?
Rest in peace, Margot Kidder.
Correct again for 2. And finally, your third question: which famed actress appears as a character simply known as the Girl, the lead character of the 2007 film Wind Chill?
Can I get a multiple choice on that?
Going to multiple choice, your options are A, Amy Adams, B, Emily Blunt, C, Scarlett Johansson, or D, Judy Greer.
Emily Blunt.
Emily Blunt is correct for 1 point.
And with that, Andreas is taking a lead 10 to 9 to 9 to 7. That leaves us with Michael. Your turn to spin the wheel, my friend.
All right.
We're looking at franchises for Michael.
All right, let's do it.
Franchises. Your first question. Which actress plays the lead role of Riley Stone in 2019's Black Christmas?
2019's Black Christmas. It's Imogen Poots.
That is correct for 2 points. This 2019 horror film features performances from Tyler Labine and Deborah Ann Wool.
Can I get a multiple choice on this?
Absolutely. Is it A, Black Christmas, B, Silent Night, Deadly Night, C, Ginger Dead Man 3, Saturday Night Cleaver, or D, Escape Room?
Escape Room.
Correct for 1 point.
Ginger Dead Man Never Disappears. My
That's subtitle.
That is correct.
Like magical.
Your final question, Michael, in the realm of franchises. Who directed Maniac Cop 2?
Bill Lustig.
That is correct for 2 points.
Thank you.
I was ready to rag on you so hard for doing so well. That was, you know what? You won me over with the Bill Lustig knowledge. Respect.
Yeah. With that, Michael is now up by 12. We are going to be moving into the third round. We have him in the lead at 12, Andreas at 10, and Janine and Andrew tied at 9 apiece. So we're going to move into that third round. The third round works as this. We need a series of numbers from each competitor. These numbers range from 1 to 12. Each competitor's numbers will correspond with a different category unique to the Movie Trivia Schmoedown Holiday Horror Expo. Your first question is going to be worth 2 points, your second question worth 3 points, and your third question, should you make it that far, worth 5 big points. So we are going to be starting with Michael. What 3 numbers feel lucky?
I will do 1, 7, and 12.
1, 7, and 12 for Michael. Then we're going to move to Andres.
Well, the Galagos of Christmas Future now chooses 3, 9, and 17.
3, 9, and 17 is not the number 12. It is 1 through 12.
Oh, goodness.
He's the Galagos
He's
of
the
Christmas
future.
Future.
I'm thinking way ahead. All right. How about, all right, let's do what's available? 10. Let's do 10.
10? All right. So 3, 9, and 10. We're going to move over to Janine.
2, 4, and 6.
2, 4, and 6 for Janine. And Andrew, that leaves the last 3 numbers. What order would you like?
No. I don't get to defer in the wheel round, and I don't get to choose my numbers.
You are.
This is the work of PLD. I swear to God. Him and Kevin Smith just coming after me. Can I at least choose the? Can I choose the order?
Yes, I said you could choose the order, sir.
I was too enraged to listen to you.
That is a common.
5, 8, and 11 are the remaining numbers.
You know what? I like you and your beard. It's very nice. 5, 8, and 11 is the order I will go in.
Right.
DJ, grow a beard. Get my respect.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. All right, so we are going to be starting with Andrew. I'm sorry. We're going to be starting there. You chose category number 5. That lands you in the realm of 2010s. Alonzo will be giving you your first question.
For 2 points, what Parks and Recreation actor plays the role of Tom Engel, father of the main character Max in Krampus?
That is one of my favorite actors. He's in a movie that is called The Vicious Kind, which I recommend people make. It takes place during the snow, so it's kind of like Christmas. Adam Scott.
Adam Scott is correct for 2 points.
All right, and we move now over to Janine for her 2-point question. She chose category number 2. She landed in the realm of family horror films. Which Muppet appears as Bob Cratchit in A Muppet Christmas Carol?
Kermit the Frog.
That is correct for 2 points. We are now tied at 11. We move over to Andreas for his 2-point question. Andreas, you chose category number 3. That's going to land you in the 1980s. Alonzo will be giving you your question.
All right, Andreas, for 2 points. This 1980 film starring Joe Spinelli received a 2012 remake starring Elijah Wood.
Maniac.
Maniac is correct for 2 points.
All right, and now we move back to Andrew for his 3-point question to take the lead. Andrew, you chose category number 8. That is going to land you in the realm of the 2000s.
Okay.
This Buffy the Vampire Slayer actress featured as Melissa Kitt in the 2016 version of Black Christmas.
No, 2006.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2006. Yes. This Buffy the Vampire Slayer actress featured as Melissa Knight in the 2006 version of Black Christmas.
Sorry, I was just reliving all of my teenage crush on her, Michelle Trachtenberg.
That is correct for 3 points.
Gorgeous woman. I'm married, but gorgeous woman.
She'll always be Nona Mecklenburg to me.
She'll always be in Eurotrack to me. Like,
All
She's in Harriet the Spy to me.
Yeah, there you go.
yeah, she's in Harriet the Spy, but she, I'm a
We
I'm
now
looking to see
move
if the
back to Janine for her 3-point question. She chose category number 4, Alonzo, which takes her to the realm of New Year's Eve films.
All right, your 4-point in the New Year's category. Lorenza Izzo and Megan Duffy star in the New Year's Eve segment of which 2016 anthology film?
Holidays.
Holidays is correct for 3 points.
Ooh.
right, now we move over to Andreas for his 3-point question. Andreas, you chose category number 9. Category number 9 is going to land you in the realm of Thanksgiving films. This Groundhog Day actor features as a supporting role in the 2019 film Fracture.
Can I get a repeat?
Absolutely. This Groundhog Day actor features as a supporting role in the 2019 film Fracture.
It's not Bill Murray, but I'll say Bill Murray.
That is incorrect. We were looking for Stephen Tobolowsky.
Ah.
Before we move to Andreas' 5-point question, we're going to move to Michael. They're tied at 12. Michael, you chose category number... Sorry, trying to find it. Number 1. I don't believe you have asked a question yet. You're in the 1970s, Michael.
All right.
Sorry, so is this 2-point or is 3-point?
It's 2-point.
It's 2-point. All right, for 2 points. In the category of the 1970s, what year saw the release of the original Black Christmas?
1974.
1974 is correct for 1 point.
All right, so now we move back to Andreas. Andreas has to hit his 5-point question to stay in the game. So we will be moving to your last question. Andreas, you chose category number 10. Category number 10 is going to land you in the realm of mixed bag.
Woo!
For 5 points, and stay in the game. Who composed the score for the film Gremlins and also had a cameo as a man in a phone booth?
Jerry Goldsmith.
That is correct for 5 points.
By the way, to clarify earlier for Michael, that was a 2-point question, not a 1-point. That was my mistake.
Thank you.
That's all the help we could get. And
I have to burnish my reputation as the person who doesn't understand how gameplay works. You know?
All right, now we move to Andrew Furtado for his 5-point question. Andrew, you chose category number 11.
I didn't,
and it's only,
but yeah.
And it's only fitting that this 5-point question would be given by Alonzo. You're in the realm of Christmas movies.
The category is Christmas, which is kind of what we're doing here, but hey, why not? For 5 points, how many films are in the Ginger Dead franchise?
Oh, man. I have to get this right. After all the crap I just talked about Ginger Dead, man. 4? Are there 4?
3?
There are 4 films in the Ginger Dead franchise.
Nice.
For anyone
Keep
keeping
those things out at full moon. It's hard to guess.
For anyone keeping up at home, that's The Ginger Dead Man, Ginger Dead Man 2, The Passion of the Crust, Ginger Dead Man 3, Saturday Night Cleaver, and of course, the unforgettable Ginger Dead Man versus Evil Bong.
Yeah, I was just about to say, shout out to my friend Brooks Davis, who just directed his 4th Evil Bong movie.
The franchise that keeps on giving, honestly.
He doesn't know how to stop. It's too high.
Did they get the Bee Gees to come in at least and do Night Cleaver, you know how to do it?
They should have if they did. And with that, Andrew has taken the lead and knocked Andreas out of the game. We move to Michael for his 5-point question.
Oh.
Or his 3-point question, I apologize. Michael, you chose category number 7. Category number 7. You're in the realm of 1990s films.
Okay.
Shannon Elizabeth made her feature film debut in this 1997 slasher film.
Her slasher. It's Scary Movie.
That is incorrect. We are looking for Jack Frost.
Ah.
It's the only time I'm going to be excited about that movie.
So good.
All right. So we stick with Michael.
All right.
For his 5-point question.
Yes.
Michael, you chose category number 12. Category number 12 takes you to the realm of famous actors and actresses.
Okay.
All right, Michael, for 5 points. This famous actor, known for his supporting roles, especially in movies directed by his brother, played the leading role of Ricky in Silent Night, Deadly Night 4, Initiation.
Clint Howard.
Clint Howard is correct for 5 points.
So now we move to Janine for her 5-point question. What happens here if she gets it right? We are going to be going to sudden death with 3 of our players tied at 19 apiece. If she misses it, Andrew and Michael will be going to sudden death. So for 5 points, Janine, and to make it to sudden death, you chose category number 6. Category number 6 is going to land you in the realm of franchises.
Ooh, okay.
For 5 points, which franchise features performances from Carrie Elwes, Lacey Chabert, and Olivia Hussey?
Chabert.
Chabert. I'm sorry. Thank you, Alonzo.
Black Christmas.
That is correct for 5 points, and we are moving into sudden death.
Ooh. Allow my desk to stand as I feel the tension.
All right. So sudden death is now on the table for 3 of our competitors who are tied at 19 apiece. Sudden death is going to work a lot like round 1. Each competitor is going to get a pen and a piece of paper or a whiteboard. We're going to administer a question. You're going to have 15 seconds to write down that question on your boards. You have 1 repeat. You will not know what your category is, and we're just going to keep answering questions until someone is victorious.
All right.
So we're going to start with Janine. Are you ready to go?
Ready.
Michael?
Yep.
And Andrew?
Yeah, I'm standing.
All right. Your first question is going to be administered now by me. This 2008 horror comedy follows a homicidal turkey that axes off college kids during their Thanksgiving break. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, and we're going to start with Michael.
Thanksgiving.
That is correct. Janine?
Thanksgiving.
And Andrew?
It only took me a minute more because I actually wrote the word, but Thanksgiving. I wrote the holiday.
Across the board, 20 each.
All right, our next sudden death question. This Nightmare on Elm Street actor portrays Lieutenant Fuller in the 1970s version of Black Christmas. Four, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Where do we begin?
We will start with Janine.
I am out. Can never remember his name.
Andrew?
He is, his eyebrow brings joy and sarcasm and everything. Mr. John Saxon.
And Michael?
John Saxon.
That is correct. Unfortunately, that does eliminate Janine, and we are now tied 21-21 between Andrew and Michael. Your next question. Which actress plays Heather Fitzgerald alongside Katie Cassidy in 2006's Black Christmas? Four, 3.
Can you repeat the
2,
question, please?
Of course. Which actress plays Heather Fitzgerald alongside Katie Cassidy in 2006's Black Christmas? And that was Andrew's final repeat here in the sudden death. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. We're going to start with Michael.
Is it Mary Elizabeth Winstead?
And Andrew?
Is it Michelle Trachtenberg?
And your winner, Michael!
Whoa!
Marty, that is correct. It was Mary Elizabeth Winstead. What a match. Great job, Michael. First time hearing you won. Congratulations.
Thank you. I credit my knowledge of Mary Elizabeth Winstead's filmography, honestly. Otherwise, this could have gone another way.
Great job today, sir. Great job. And
Thank
great
you so
job
much.
to all the competitors.
Bravo.
I mean, Alonzo, what do you think, man? We went to sudden death. You could feel the tension in the air here at the Holiday Expo, man.
3 out of 4 sudden death. That is major intensity. I know people think these exposition rounds are just like, we're just gambling through the meadow, but no, it gets very intense here, even around the holidays. And anybody who has suffered through an uncomfortable meal with family members they don't get along with knows what that intensity is like.
Yeah, and you and I got to live it all over again, and we still have the rest of the holidays to go. But it was so much fun here. We got to see 4 really great competitors, got to talk about a lot of really fun movies. Thank you so much for joining me today, my friend. It was a pleasure to call this match with you.
My pleasure. And I just want to let everybody know real quick, I do have a new book out. It's called I'll Be Home for Christmas Movies. I wrote it with the guys who do the Deck the Hallmark podcast. And so if you've got anybody on your shopping list who likes Hallmark movies or likes to dunk on Hallmark movies, either way, their bases are covered. It's available wherever books are sold.
Everyone buy that book. You need to get it. Alonzo is a Christmas genius, and we love him around these parts. And thank you, Skybound Expo, for you guys tuning in to hang out with us today. This was a lot of fun. Happy holidays, and we'll see you on the next one.
Merry Christmas.
What a match. That was
I
that
know,
was
right?
okay. I know. So congrats to the winner of the Holiday Horror Schmoedown, Michael the Magician Verratti. I think I heard it was his first, I don't know if they meant first exhibition or first Schmoedown, but he did really well. Also, I need Janine the Machine's glitter encrusted machete because
Right?
glitter.
It's pretty dope.
I'm just saying.
Sequenced.
Unfortunately, that is not on sale in Skybound store, but you know what is? Like that segue? Like that? Like that?
Yeah, that's a good one.
All of this Schmoedown gear, there's all kinds of stuff that you can get in the Skybound Expo store that is, you've got shirts, we've got sweatshirts. Look at that ugly Christmas sweatshirt. Look at
I
that.
know, right? It's great. I love how
That's actually
Schmoedown is just
kind of,
right in the middle.
I know. That's so awesome. Just like with everything else today, use that QR code on the side there to get in there and get the last of the stuff. We thank you so much. Whatever's left in that store, I would grab because it's not going to be here much longer. And that's actually not the only thing that's on sale, right, Eris?
No, we actually have, like we mentioned earlier, the 20 under 20 sale going on right now, as well as a 30% off sale. Tons of great stuff that we mentioned, throughout the show. Again, you can see it on the screen right now. You got that cool little Rick Grimes. You got that sticker and stuff that I'm going to keep family friendly. You could read it for yourself. But yeah, just scan that QR code with your camera on your phone. It'll bring you right to it. And we've been told there's only 20 units left for the Attack Peter merch for the print, the Ultraman print you had earlier. Only 20 units left for that. So this is your chance, guys. It's flying. There we go. We see it on the screen. Only 20 and probably less as of now. So those things
Right,
are
because he just
gonna
said
be
it, there's
gone.
only 10.
Yeah, right. Let me get my phone up, start scanning the QR code right now. Bye.
Absolutely. But there is another way that people on a regular basis, even when they're not part of the Skybound Expo, because this is the last one of the year, tell them about the Insider, Skybound
That is
Insider perks that they can get.
So the Insider, the Skybound Insider is great. It gives you early access, deals, info, instant access to a comics portal, which I said earlier. You could read freaking Invincible 1. I'm a big fan. It's probably my favorite Skybound comic book series. It's a great series. It's got an Amazon Prime show because it's fantastic. Robert Kirkman, I don't need to, you guys know. But yeah, it's a great way to stay up to date with all the info, get exclusives, deals on merch. If you like Skybound, it's a no-brainer. Sign up for Skybound Insider. That's what you need to know.
And all you got to do is go to skybound.com/join to do that, or just go to skybound.com and look for Insider. But that's how you'll always know when we have something going on, when we're having specials, when there's number ones dropping, when we are actually having events like Skybound Expo Creator Fest, which is going to be in
Look at that.
February, February 11th. See, did it again.
Yeah,
Took me all
look
day,
at that
but I finally
organic
got it.
segue.
But you're definitely going to want to hang out February 11th with us for our next Skybound Expo event, because it's all creators. It's all about the creators, and it's all highlighting them. What was your favorite part of the stream today, Eris?
Oh man, that's a tough one. But I mean, I think I was talking to you at the beginning of the when we opened it up. Tack Peter, man, he's a cool dude. He makes some great stuff. And I'm kind of right there with him, where I'm not as big as of a kaiju fan, but I'm a pretty big kaiju fan. So the fact that he has his own line where he's creating his own kaijus from pins, as you see on the screen right now, prints, statues like the Daruma statue, all that stuff, which again is gonna fly off the shelf. So please go there if you're interested in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, I think that's my highlight. But Demon in the White House would be a close second, because I'm a fan of horror. I'm a fan, obviously, of novels, comics, stuff. That's what I do. And it's just a really compelling story. I mean, again, the White House being haunted makes all the sense in the world. And then you get to have all the lineage of the different presidents are in there and why they think this, and their kids who unfortunately passed away during the time in office or prior to office. Very compelling,
Yeah, it was
interesting
insane.
stuff.
Yeah.
What about
My
you?
favorite thing also attack Peter, but I think I was
We're fans.
we are I've been a fan of his work, but it was also hilarious when Robert Kirkman just popped up. And actually it was even funnier when Big Clutch popped up and he thought it was Robert Kirkman. That his face on that was hilarious. And then of course my favorite thing, the Rainbow Billy plush collection. I don't even know if there's anything left, but I was so excited to see these plushies. And if there are any left, you're gonna have to scan that code to get a hold of them. And I'm gonna just keep yelling at management until I get one.
For real. I need the Lee and Clementine bookends for all my Walking Dead novels, even my Invincible trades. I need to throw that in there, because I mean, what better to hold up your Skybound books than some Walking Dead bookends,
I was gonna say, with proper Skybound bookends.
right?
Um,
And I like to keep things
Eris,
themed, so it'll work.
Eris, thank you so much for hanging out with me today and covering this last Skybound Expo of the year. Where can everybody find you? What are you working on? What are you doing?
So you can find me on Twitter at Eris_Quinones. You could find me weekly on Variant Comics on the YouTube channel, which is just go to YouTube, type in Variant Comics. I'm sure it'll be the first thing to pop up. You can find me on Instagram at ErisQ. And yeah, pretty much just hear me rant and talk about comics for the most part, because that's my thing. That's my number one thing. I love lots of things nerdy, but that's my top. That's my top.
But he's really good. He's really good, and the quality of Variant Comics has always been on point. And so
Thank
kudos
you,
to you,
thank
because
you.
I know you've built that up, and it looks amazing.
Thank you.
Well, you can find me, Karma, the Blur Girl, TheBlerdGurl, all over the interwebs. I have 2 Twitch shows a week I'm doing right now. Tuesday nights I interview tons of folks. This week I'm interviewing Prentice Penny, the showrunner for Insecure, because he has teamed up with a bunch of comic book artists and is adapting comics for HBO. So I'm going to be
Ooh,
interviewing
very
him
cool.
Tuesday night, 8 p.m. Eastern on Twitch, twitch.tv/theblurredgirl. Then Thursday morning, I might try one of the Before Your Eyes, and y'all can see me bawl first thing in the morning before breakfast. But thank you to everybody who joined us today. Thank
Yes,
you to the staff. Thank you to everybody who keeps inviting us back here to do these things. We wish
for
you
sure. It was
and
a ton of
yours
fun.
absolutely. We wish everybody wonderful, wonderful holiday and a happy new year. And we'll see you on the other side.
Sure. Bye, everyone.